Chapter 833. Tamu, do you believe it? Su Li smiled faintly, and then he looked at Tamu and asked. If Master believes it, I'll believe it. If Master doesn't believe it, I won't believe it. Tamu didn't hesitate in the slightest and replied resolutely. How obedient. Duan Lingtian, why don't you accept this disciple? I think he's pretty good. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Master, for interceding for Tamu. Tamu hurriedly bowed and thanked Su Li, and these words came from the bottom of his heart and were exceedingly sincere. If you want to take it yourself. Anyway, I have nothing to teach him, and I'm not interested in accepting such a disciple. After glaring at Su Li, Duan Lingtian snappily said. Su Li smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. Big brother Zhong, sister-in-law, is still in the Dark Han dynasty. What do you plan to do in the future? Are you going to bring her out, or are you going back? Duan Lingtian asked Zhong Shouyong. Zhong Shouyong was not alone. He still had his wife, Wang Qiong, in the Dark Han dynasty's Zhong clan. When they were in the Dark Han dynasty, Zhong Shouyong and his wife were inseparable. This time, Zhong Shouyong didn't bring her along when he left the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the foreign lands. After a while, you'll come with me and bring her out. When he heard Duan Lingtian mention Wang Qiong, Zhong Shouyong's face was filled with gentleness as he spoke with a light smile. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. In his heart, Brother Zhong had always been the same Brother Zhong who had saved his life and helped him a lot. Perhaps his current strength had temporarily surpassed Big Brother Zhong's, but as long as Big Brother Zhong had something to do and needed it, he would definitely not shirk his responsibility, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. When the time comes, I'll go back with you. Feng Tianwu said. Ha ha. Of course I'm bringing you along. Zhong Shouyong smiled. If all of you want to return to the Dark Han dynasty, I'll send a few elders to travel with all of you. This foreign lands is different from your Dark Han dynasty, and it's filled with danger everywhere. Jian Shisan heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the other two and said with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked him. He knew that this was the special treatment that Sword 13 had given them, and it was a treatment that ordinary Blade School disciples would not be able to enjoy. However, if you really want to go back, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a year. Jian Shisan added. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. Early on when he was still at Skywolf Fort, he'd faintly guessed some things from Sword 13's words, and it was related to the secret vault left behind by Emperor Wu. Moreover, there was a special inscription formation set up in the secret treasure. Only people below the age of 40 could enter it. In addition, there were many precious treasures in the secret treasure. Nonsense. If there were no precious treasures in it, why would the 4 extraterrestrial forces, Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect, spend so much effort on it? Not to mention anything else, just the soul fragments that the 4 great powers had paid for the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were already extremely valuable. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the 4 great powers would absolutely not do a business that would suffer a loss. They'd surely received specific information about the secret vault left behind by Emperor Wu beforehand, and they knew that the thing they wanted was within it. But Duan Lingtian not being surprised didn't mean that Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong weren't surprised. After they discerned that Duan Lingtian seemed to know something that they didn't, the 3 of them couldn't help but ask curiously via voice transmission. Elder brother Duan, why do we have to return a year from now? Duan Lingtian, when you said you understood earlier, you seemed to know why we have to return a year from now. Brother Lingtian, what exactly is going on? Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally conceal it when faced with their questions, and he told them of his guesses. All of this was his own guess. From the beginning until the end, Sword 13 hadn't mentioned it to him. The secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? Only people below the age of 40 can enter it. There are precious treasures that the 4 great powers want to obtain within it. Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong were shocked. Never had they imagined that so many things were hidden behind the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Earlier, they were rather puzzled as to why the 4 great powers had paid such a great price for the sake of seizing the group of young geniuses from the 10 dynasties. Now, they came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that the 4 great powers wanted to utilize this group of young geniuses to search for the treasures they wanted in the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Looks like after we enter the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, there'll be another open and veiled struggle. Su Li sighed via voice transmission. Du and Lingtian deeply agreed to this. After all, there were 4 great powers that knew of the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. At that time, they would surely send people in, and the people they sent in would surely fight for various treasures. Moreover, it might not only be the 4 great powers that knew of the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, and there might be 5 great powers, 10 great powers, or even more powers. For a time, Du and Lingtian felt traces of heavy pressure. The size of the foreign lands was far from something the 10 dynasties could compare to. Not to mention those formidable powers at the second-rate or above, just third-rate powers like the Empyrean Temple and Emotion-Severing Sect were examples. Today, Du and Lingtian had seen 2 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40, the Empyrean Temple's Little Monk and the Emotion-Severing Sect's Zhong Yang. Du and Lingtian believed that the Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect surely had a few young experts that were so outstanding. Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong were slightly dazed, and they still hadn't recovered from their shock. To them, an expert like Emperor Wu that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent only existed in legends. Exactly how precious would the treasures within the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu be? It was difficult for them to imagine. Sword 13 who led the way ahead and Saber 5 who brought up the rear seemed to have noticed something, and their brows suddenly knit together. Subsequently, they seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and they squinted their eyes and looked over. Shit. Sword 13's face went grim. Saber 5's expression was extremely unsightly as well. In the distance, there were 3 figures flashing over swiftly like 3 black bolts of lightning, and they appeared within their field of vision in a short moment. The speed of these 3 people was so swift that it caused it to be difficult for Sword 13 and Saber 5 to arouse the thought of fleeing. If it was only the 2 of them, then perhaps they would be able to escape easily. But the problem was that it wasn't just the 2 of them now, and there was also Du and Lingtian and the other young geniuses that needed to be taken care of. It's Ning Kan. In next to no time, Saber 5 shouted out coldly with an extremely gloomy expression. Ning Kan, what's he doing here? Saber 5's cold shout caused Du and Lingtian, the group of young geniuses, and Feng Wu Dao to recover from their shock, and they stopped moving successively before looking at the 3 figures that were approaching from afar. One of them was precisely the familiar Ning Kan, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Besides Ning Kan, there were 2 other old men. In terms of speed, one of the old men was actually slightly swifter than Ning Kan, whereas the other old man's speed was equal to Ning Kan, Meng Li, Yu Kang. Sword 13 flew out to greet the 3 people that flashed over, and he looked at Ning Kan's group of 3 as he said with a low voice, "All of you probably didn't catch up just to send us off, right? Sword 13, all of you can leave safely so long as you hand over Du and Lingtian." Ning Kan went straight to the point and stated the reason he'd come. He only had a single objective in coming here, and it was to make Du and Lingtian stay. Du and Lingtian's face went slightly grim as he never imagined that Ning Kan's group of 3 had caught up for him. Even though he'd never seen the other 2 old men, since they'd come with Ning Kan, then he was able to discern their strength from the speed they revealed earlier. One of them was even stronger than Ning Kan, and the other was on par with Ning Kan. Thus, Du and Lingtian easily guessed the identities of the other 2 old men, and they ought to be the Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Skywolf Fort had a total of 5 Vice Fort Masters. Ning Kan and Feng Wei, who presided over the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that he'd seen at Skywolf Fort, were only 2 of them. Ning Kan, are you joking? Sword 13 hadn't spoken when Saber 5 had already sneered. Duan Lingtian is a member of our blade sect now. If you want to touch him, then ask the saber in my hand first. As Saber 5 spoke, a thick and heavy wide saber appeared in his hand, and the wide saber emitted a pitilessly fierce aura that faintly contained traces of the smell of blood. Obviously, many souls had died beneath the saber, and it caused the saber to be tainted with dense blood. Sword 13, you mean this as well? The old man that was obviously stronger than Ning Kan took a step forward and stared at Sword 13 with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Meng Li, what's the meaning of your Skywolf fort doing this? Bullying my blade sect for having no one? Cold lights flickered within Sword 13's eyes as his body emitted piercingly cold sword insight, and along with this, killing intent that shot into the sky and was icy cold and bone-piercing. Meng Li, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, his cultivation had stepped into the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage many years ago, and he was one of the 2 strongest people beneath the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The other person was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort as well, and his cultivation was similar to Meng Li. That person, Feng Wei, and the 3 people before him were the 5 great Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. The last person that came with Meng Li and Ning Kan was called Yu Kang, and his strength was similar to Ning Kan as both of them were existences at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage. One was at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage while the other 2 were at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage. The 3 of them had chased over from Skywolf Fort with ill intent, and they'd come for the sake of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, these 3 old fellows are chasing over like flies, and it's actually because of you. Could it be that you've dug up their ancestral graves? Su Li looked at Ning Kan's group of 3 and asked with slight shock. It would be fine if I dug up their ancestral graves, at least I know why they're looking for me. The problem is that I utterly don't know why they're targeting me. Chapter 834. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian hadn't thought that these 3 old men had come for Zi Shong, but when he thought about it, he felt it wasn't too realistic. The enmity between him and Zi Shong was a personal one. Even if Ning Kan was Zi Shong's master, it was impossible for Ning Kan to openly stand up for Zi Shong and make a move against him. Otherwise, Ning Kan would become the greatest joke in the world. Not to mention calling over the other 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, and one of them was even a 9th level Void Transformation stage expert like Sword 13. Sword 13, our Skywolf Fort has always coexisted peacefully with your blade sect. So long as you hand over this young man today, we'll leave right away. We'll even give a gift of thanks to the blade sect in the future. Meng Li spoke with a low voice, and his words carried an intention of coercion. What if I don't hand it over? Sword 13's face sank. Then I can only be blunt. Cold lights flashed within Meng Li's eyes as he abruptly soared into the sky and shot directly towards Sword 13. I heard from Ning Kan that you've already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Today, allow me to experience the strength of the number 2 expert of the Sword Sec. You'll see. Sword 13 wasn't afraid in the slightest as he moved forward to greet Meng Li, and his body emitted a fierce sword chi. At this instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword. The collision between Meng Li and Sword 13 was utterly impossible to see clearly in the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, because their speeds were truly too swift. Bang! 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 When the 2 of them collided, it caused the airflow in the sky to explode and give rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that caused the clothes of Duan Lingtian and the others to flutter with the wind. During the battle between Sword 13 and Meng Li, his figure would occasionally vanish into thin air before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and he would occasionally appear once more. Based on the state of the 2 of them, they seemed to be evenly matched. In the sky, an innumerable amount of ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced out and fought together, and it seemed to be extremely horrifying. As expected of the publicly acknowledged genius of the House of Swords in the Blade Sect. Sword 13, you've just stepped into the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage and are able to fight me equally. It was none other than the voice of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Meng Li, shameless boasting. Sword 13's clear and cold voice sounded out, and in the next moment, everyone present felt an even fiercer aura rise up from Sword 13's body. In the next moment, there seemed to be many more ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky, and Sword 13's strength seemed to have obtained an enormous increase at this moment. Whoosh! The whistling of the sword that tore through the sky stopped abruptly. In the next moment, everyone including Duan Lingtian saw Sword 13 appear and stand proudly in the sky. In his hand was a meter-long blade that flowed with flowing lights, and it was dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood. In the distance, Meng Li also appeared. However, his face was somewhat pale. Not only that, if one looked closely, one could see a faint sword mark on Meng Li's hand. It was a sword mark that had been treated. Senior is so strong. Duan Lingtian was shocked. According to what Meng Li said, Sword 13 had only broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage recently, whereas, he'd broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage long ago. But even then, he was still unable to defeat Sword 13. Sword 13, you really deserve to be the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Blade Sect's House of Swords. You've just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage, yet you're already able to suppress me. I have to admit that you're extremely strong. Meng Li stood in the distance and looked at Sword 13 with a serious expression. Meng Li, your Skywolf fort must give me an explanation for the matter today no matter what. Otherwise, don't blame me, Sword 13, for being ruthless. At this moment, Sword 13's gaze was cold and fierce, and he'd completely lost his amiable manner from before as he chatted cheerfully with all the young geniuses, and he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of slaughter. The eyes of all the young geniuses that chose to join the Blade Sect lit up. This was the Vice Sect Master of the House of Swords that they wanted to join. At the same time that such strength caused them to be filled with yearning, they felt a great sense of security. Swoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind whistling swept over, and subsequently, a familiar figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Feng Wei! Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw the person that had arrived. When he noticed the fierce and greedy gaze that the person looked at him with, he knew that Feng Wei had come for him as well. Wait, greedy? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. Feng Wei's gaze revealed greed when he looked at him, and Chen Shi was able to faintly guess what it meant. Perhaps, he possessed something that Feng Wei urgently desired, or more precisely speaking, it was something that Skywolf Fort desired. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Skywolf Fort to dispatch 4 Vice Fort Masters. Feng Wei, you've come at the right time. I'll leave that Duan Lingtian to you. Yu Kang, join forces with me to suppress Sword 13. Ning Kan, you deal with Saber 5. Meng Li revealed a smile when he saw Feng Wei arrive, and he ordered. As soon as Meng Li finished speaking, he charged towards Sword 13 with the other Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Yu Kang, in a menacing manner without holding back in the slightest. Early on when Feng Wei appeared, Sword 13's expression had already gone grim. Never had he imagined that Skywolf Fort would actually dispatch such a large force for the sake of a Duan Lingtian. All 4 Vice Fort Masters had moved out, but when facing the joint forces of Meng Li and Yu Kang, he quickly didn't have the mood to think about why Skywolf Fort would do this, and his figure flashed out to battle Meng Li and Yu Kang. He wasn't afraid of a single Meng Li, and it was even to the extent that so long as he was given time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Meng Li. A single Yu Kang, if he exerted his full strength, then he would at most be able to cause Yu Kang to lose his life with 3-sword strike. But when Meng Li and Yu Kang joined forces, it caused him to have the feeling that he had nowhere to exert his strength, and he was barely able to fight them to a draw. Saber 5, I've wanted to fight you since long ago. Ning Kan looked at Saber 5 as he shouted coldly, and then his entire body flashed out as if he'd transformed into an eagle that whistled as he charged towards Saber 5. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Saber 5 laughed with disdain as the broad saber in his hand flashed out boldly to tear through the sky, and he moved forward to meet Ning Kan without the slightest fear to battle. Ning Kan, all of you behave yourself. Don't blame me for being merciless if anyone dares to flee. Feng Wei's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the others before finally descending onto Duan Lingtian, and then a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, I've really underestimated you. As soon as Feng Wei said this, it caused all the young geniuses including Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong to look at Du and Lingtian successively, and they felt that Feng Wei's words carried hidden meaning. They felt shock and curiosity from the bottom of their hearts towards Skywolf Fort deploying such a large force for the sake of Du and Lingtian today. Now, I'll give you a chance. Swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll forever be loyal to my Skywolf Fort, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Feng Wei's gaze gradually turned cold, and his breath was like ice that was bone-piercingly cold, causing the group of young geniuses present to be unable to refrain from shivering and shuddering with fear. Feng Wei actually wanted Du and Lingtian to make such an oath. Once this oath was made, it meant that Du and Lingtian would be bound to the Skywolf Fort for his entire lifetime, and he wouldn't betray Skywolf Fort and wouldn't do anything that would let Skywolf Fort down. Otherwise, he would be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Besides that, Feng Wei had clearly stated that if Du and Lingtian didn't make this oath, then he would make Du and Lingtian die today, or perhaps, he would make Du and Lingtian die right now. Swear loyalty to Skywolf Fort? Du and Lingtian sneered. If I only have this choice, then I'd rather die. Then you can go to hell. Feng Wei's eyes revealed ruthlessness as the terrifying imposing aura on his body swept out, and he took a step forward as his imposing aura gushed out and smashed down towards Du and Lingtian. Bang! Du and Lingtian's face sank slightly when he was pressured by Feng Wei's imposing aura, and a talisman appeared out of thin air in his tightly clenched right hand. It was precisely one of the two talismans his deadbeat father had left behind for him. Right when Du and Lingtian intended to toss out the talisman and crush Feng Wei, a figure appeared like a shadow to obstruct his path. Uncle Feng. As he looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man that stood before him, Du and Lingtian's heart shook, and he said with an anxious expression, "Uncle Feng, you're not a match for him, quickly move aside." "Ha ha. If I, Feng Wu Dao, am unable to even protect my own son-in-law, then what's the point of me living?" Feng Wu Dao laughed loudly when he heard Du and Lingtian, and his laughter was wanton as he faced death calmly. "Uncle Feng, I can." Right when Du and Lingtian wanted to say that he could deal with Feng Wei, four figures appeared by Feng Wu Dao's side right after him, and they protected him firmly behind them along with Feng Wu Dao. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhong Shouyong, and Ta Mu. "All of you move aside." When he noticed the terrifying aura that arose from Feng Wei's body, Du and Lingtian's face instantly went grim, and he hurriedly flew out with the intention of locking onto Feng Wei before tossing out the talisman in his hand. But unfortunately, he was still too late. Bang! Feng Wei casually raised his hand and slapped out with his vast palm, causing waves of continuous sounds of air exploding to resound out in the sky as a terrifying force pressed down onto Feng Wu Dao's group of 5, causing them to be blasted flying. WAPU. The 5 people in the lead had ghastly pale expressions as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in a sorry state, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Die. Du and Lingtian's gaze went cold as he stared fixedly at Feng Wei, and the talisman in his hand was on the verge of being released. Right at this moment. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous swift figures instantly appeared behind Feng Wei, and they were like shadows that followed behind him. 10 old men that wore the green-colored uniform of Skywolf Fort stared fiercely at Du and Lingtian and the others, and traces of a ruthless aura were emitted from their bodies. 10 elders of Skywolf Fort. Du and Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the pairs of silver eyes on the Skywolf badges on the chests of the 10 old men, and he put away the talisman that he was just about to toss out. At this moment, even if he tossed out the talisman and was able to kill Feng Wei, he would still be unable to escape calamity. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of using the talisman to kill the strongest Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and allow Sword 13 to turn the situation around. But that old fellow was truly too far away from him, and he was in battle with Sword 13, causing his figure to be difficult to capture. Ha! Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out, and it drew the gazes of Du and Lingtian and the others. It was Saber 5 that had blasted Ning Can flying. Chapter 835. Kill. Saber 5 coldly spat out a single word, and then he charged towards those 10 Skywolf Fort elders like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves. With a raise of his saber, 3 Skywolf Fort elders had died under his saber in the blink of an eye. Saber 5. The faces of Ning Kan and Feng Wei went grim when they saw this, and they charged madly towards Saber 5 to go 2 against 1. The 7 of you, bring that Duan Lingtian back. At the same time, Ning Kan, who joined forces with Feng Wei to temporarily restrain Saber 5, ordered the remaining 7 Skywolf Fort elders with a cold voice. The 7 Skywolf Fort elders recovered from the shock of their companions being killed, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. All of them recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian recognized them as well. The 10 Skywolf Fort elders that followed behind Feng Wei were precisely those 10 Skywolf Fort elders that had appeared in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties earlier. The remaining 7 Skywolf Fort elders attacked at the same time to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and they'd taken Duan Lingtian to be their prey. Feng Wu Dao, who'd consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly from his injuries, had a piercingly cold gaze as he flashed towards a Skywolf Fort elder to stop him. That Skywolf Fort elder was in existence at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage as well, and for a time, he was evenly matched with Feng Wu Dao. The other 6 Skywolf Fort elders continued to charge towards Duan Lingtian. Elder Brother Duan, watch out. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Master. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhong Shouyong, and Ta Mu hadn't completely recovered from their injuries when they pounced towards the 6 Skywolf Fort elders with the intention of stopping them. But unfortunately, only a single Skywolf Fort elder made a move, and the strength of the Void Transformation stage swept out to blast them flying. For a moment, the 4 of them were injured again. Fortunately, the elder from Skywolf Fort didn't kill them. Otherwise, Feng Tianwu and the others wouldn't have survived. 6. Looking at the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort who were charging at him, Duan Lingtian's face turned extremely ugly. Among the 6 elders of the Void Transformation realm, the 2 talismans in his hand could only kill 2 of them. However, after killing 2 people, there were still 4 people left. It seemed meaningless. He then looked at Meng Li, who was in an intense battle with Sword 13 and whose figure was flickering unpredictably. The strongest Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, an existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. If he could use the talisman to kill him, then with Sword 13's strength, he would surely be able to reverse the situation. But the problem was that Meng Li, who was in battle mode, was so fast that he couldn't lock onto his target. If he wanted to kill someone with a talisman puppet, he had to lock onto the target for a period of time. In the end, Duan Lingtian completely gave up on this idea. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. I'd rather die in battle than become a captive. Duan Lingtian looked at the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort, and his eyes went cold as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before fusing with material wind concept to transform into waves of strong winds that flashed around his entire body. Slap. The hairband that held Duan Lingtian's long hair together with Feng Qingyang's hair broke apart, and the aura on his body ceaselessly rose. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to withdraw his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and fight desperately. Swish. An enormous sword light that was over 10 meters long descended from the sky, and it descended towards the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort that were charging towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. The faces of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders went grim as they joined forces to attack, yet they were barely able to resist this terrifying sword light, yet they still needed a certain amount of time to shatter it. Duan Lingtian, leave quickly, survive well. Right when Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene before his eyes, a voice that was like a thunderclap swept down and entered into his ears. Senior. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked at Sword 13 that was dealing with the 2 Vice Fort Masters of the Skywolf Fort, and he realized that it was Sword 13 that had made a move earlier. Master, leave quickly. Meanwhile, Ta Mu reacted and charged towards Duan Lingtian before flashing towards the distance and fleeing with Duan Lingtian. When Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong returned to their senses, Ta Mu and Duan Lingtian had already left far away, and their speeds were so swift that they were unable to catch up to them. Elder Brother Duan, you must survive. Feng Tianwu stood in the sky as she spoke silently in her heart. With her speed, not to mention being unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian, even if she caught up to him, she would only become a burden. So she chose to stay. Su Li and Zhong Shouyong had similar thoughts. Ha! Ha! Right at this moment, besides the elder of the Skywolf Fort that was dealing with Feng Wudao, the other 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort had finally shattered the sword light that was over 10 meters long. Want to leave? The 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort revealed cold smiles as they looked at the 2 figures that were gradually turning into tiny black dots that were moving further and further away, and all of them soared into the sky and chased after them. Shit! The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong went grim as they hurriedly chased after them with the intention of stopping them. But unfortunately, only a single person had made a move and easily blasted them back. Sword 13 and Saber 5's expressions were extremely unsightly. Presently, they were utterly unable to free themselves to assist Du and Lingtian as the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort intended to suppress them. If it was at any other time, as the vice sect masters of the Blade sect, it was sufficient for them to be extremely proud of fighting the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort to a tie while fighting 2 against 4. But now, they didn't have such a mood. They were only worried about Du and Lingtian's safety. Meng Li, from today onwards, the Skywolf Fort will be the mortal enemy of our Blade sect. Sword 13's voice was cold as it sounded out. His words were filled with ruthlessness. Sword 13, don't forget that you're still not the sect master of the Sword sect. You're still not qualified to represent the entire Blade sect. Meng Li's voice sounded with a hint of mockery. Moreover, 3 elders of the Skywolf Fort have died today, and not a single person from your Blade sect has died. Exchanging the deaths of 3 elders of the Skywolf Fort for 1 Du and Lingtian shouldn't be too much, right? Sword 13 snorted coldly. He was just casually threatening Meng Li earlier. Naturally, he knew that the Blade sect wouldn't go to war with the Skywolf Fort so easily. Not to mention that not a single person from their side had died while 3 elders of the Skywolf Fort had died. Even if Du and Lingtian had really died and no one from the Skywolf Fort had died, the Blade sect might not stand up for Du and Lingtian. After all, to the entire Blade sect, Du and Lingtian was insignificant now. It was impossible for the Blade sect to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf Fort for the sake of Du and Lingtian and even go to war. Junior brother Jian, who cares about them? Since these bastards from the Skywolf Fort have come to provoke us, then even if we kill all of them, that old fellow from the Skywolf Fort has nothing to say. Saber 5 shouted out explosively as the broad saber in his hand glowed brightly and flashed directly towards Ning Kan and Feng Wei. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when going against 2 by himself, and he was like a peerless god of war. Master is so formidable. In the distance, Long Yun, who stood silently amidst the group of young geniuses and hadn't made any movements since the beginning, looked at Saber 5 with an expression of admiration. The other young geniuses had excited expressions as well. Sword 13 and Saber 5 fought 4 against 4 and suppressed the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort, and it gave them an extremely great shock. As for the life and death of Du and Lingtian and Ta Mu, they didn't care. On the other side, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong looked at the 6 figures that chased after Du and Lingtian and vanished before their eyes, and they realized for a time that they were unable to help Du and Lingtian in the slightest. Now, they only hoped that Du and Lingtian and Ta Mu would be able to quickly find a place to hide and escape this calamity. The 3 of them who were laden with worries didn't stay idle, and they helped Feng Wudao deal with the elder of the Skywolf Fort. The battle between the elder of the Skywolf Fort and Feng Wudao grew more and more shocked as the battle progressed. At the beginning, he'd discerned that this red-clothed middle-aged man had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and he could deal with him at will. Before they left, Vice Fort Master Meng of the Skywolf Fort had given the order that besides Du and Lingtian, he wasn't allowed to kill anyone from the Blade sect. So he held back. Later on, he noticed that Feng Wudao seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed, and up until now, he'd practically utilized his entire strength, yet Feng Wudao was still able to fight him equally. Freak. In the end, it was the elder of the Skywolf Fort who fell into a disadvantaged position that ceaselessly roared in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong had come over as well, and they joined forces with Feng Wudao to deal with the elder of the Skywolf Fort, and they'd created some small trouble for the elder of the Skywolf Fort. Sometimes, Some small trouble was sufficient to become great trouble. Just like now. The elder of the Skywolf fort, who'd originally been suppressed by Feng Wudao, who grew stronger as the battle progressed to the point of falling into a disadvantaged position, revealed a flaw when Feng Tianwu's group of 3 interfered. This flaw was utilized by Feng Wudao, and his sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning to instantly penetrate the chest of the elder of the Skywolf fort, causing him to be heavily injured. Subsequently, Feng Wudao's attacks became even swifter, and the sword in his hand even transformed into a few tens of sword lights. In the blink of an eye, it increased to over 100 sword lights that covered the heavens and the earth as they swept down. A rain of swords descended, and it pressured the elder of the Skywolf fort to the point he suffered even more injuries, causing him to be in an even more sorry state. If it was at any other time, he wouldn't take this sort of fancy sword technique seriously at all, but the problem was that he was heavily injured now, and he'd used all his strength to barely protect his vitals. Swish! A sword strike that was like a stroke of genius easily swept past the throat of the elder of the Skywolf fort, and it killed him. After the elder of the Skywolf fort died, Feng Wudao put away his sword and stood there. Then he looked at Feng Tianwu's group of 3 before looking at the surroundings, and his expression instantly turned grim. Where's that kid, Ling Tian, and Ta Mu? Elder brother Duan and Ta Mu fled earlier. But those 6 elders of the Skywolf fort chased after them as well. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with worry, and she laughed bitterly as she spoke. At this moment, she only hated herself for being too weak and being unable to help her elder brother Duan. Which direction did they head towards? Feng Wudao asked with a low voice. In the next moment, after he found out the direction Duan Lingtian left towards, Feng Wudao's figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning to chase after them. In the sky above a vast plain, 2 figures flashed past. It was precisely Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu who'd just fled. Master, we're really unlucky. There isn't even a place to hide in such a large plain. Ta Mu, who moved forward swiftly, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly as well. All along the way, everywhere they passed were plains and deserts, and it was difficult to find a place to hide temporarily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 836. Both of you should be proud of yourselves for being able to flee so far under our pursuit. A Skywolf fort elder looked at Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu as he spoke indifferently. Elders. Can you let us go? When you return to report, just say you didn't find us. How about it? Ta Mu grinned, and he completely didn't have the awareness of being a trapped beast. However, no one paid any attention to Ta Mu. If all of you are afraid you won't be able to obtain any benefits from letting us go, then all of you can be at ease. Look at my master, he's only 28 years old, yet his cultivation is at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and his future is limitless. It's even to the extent that even the fort master of your Skywolf fort might not be able to compare to him in the future. As he finished speaking, Ta Mu's tone contained slight temptation mixed within. So long as all of you let us go today, it's equivalent to giving my master a great favor, and in the future, shut up. A Skywolf fort elder seemed to be unable to endure Ta Mu's endless chatter, and he shouted out coldly to interrupt Ta Mu. Vice Fort Master Feng said that once we catch up to the 2 of them, kill them, just bring the spatial rings back. One of the Skywolf fort elders spoke with a piercingly cold voice. Instantly, the other 5 Skywolf fort elders revealed killing intent as they looked at Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu, and their origin energy and material concept had fused together on their bodies, causing terrifying energy to be on the verge of erupting. Spatial ring. Duan Lingtian stood in midair, and he tried his best to maintain a calm expression when he was in such a dangerous situation. Because he knew that no matter how panicked he was now, it was useless, and only by maintaining a calm attitude might he be able to seek a chance at survival. Feng Wei revealed greed in his eyes when he saw me earlier, and he obviously has designs towards me. Now, these people want my spatial ring. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. What exactly do they want? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly bewildered. Could it be a quasi-royal grade spirit sword? This thought couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart. After all, when he fought Qifeng today, He'd utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to shatter Qifeng's arrow. But he was extremely sure that besides the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Pei'an, there ought to be no one including Sword 13 that was able to discern that the sword he used at that time wasn't simple. Unless the elusive fort master of the Skywolf Fort is hiding in the dark and discovered the extraordinariness of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. But, is this possible? Duan Lingtian's mind spun rapidly as he considered various possibilities. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration. Also, that Zishong kept saying that I wouldn't live for long. He said the same thing when I left. Could it be because of him? Duan Lingtian gasped when he thought up to this point. In his opinion, Zishong, that madman, was capable of doing anything. But how did he convince Skywolf Fort to send such a large force to deal with me? Furthermore, he wants something from my storage ring. Duan Lingtian pondered. In next to no time, a broken stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind without rhyme or reason, and it was difficult to disperse. Right. How could I have almost forgotten? The Devil Seal Tablet. That day during the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition, the soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu concealed within Zishong's body had once personally mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet after possessing Zishong's body. In other words, he knows of the Devil Seal Tablet, and it's very likely that he knows of the Devil Seal Tablet's background. Moreover, the Devil Seal Tablet in my possession is something that Zishong yearns for even in his dreams. After all, if I didn't have the Devil Seal Tablet, he wouldn't be restrained by me at all times. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to determine. It was all Zishong's doing behind the scenes. Not to mention the Devil Seal Tablet's ability to suppress the soul, just its ability to amplify strength by 100% is sufficient to make any third-rate power in the foreign lands fight to the death for it. The soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu within Zishong's body knows of the Devil Seal Tablet, so I presume he has a very good understanding of the Devil Seal Tablet and might even know of the Devil Seal Tablet's amplification ability. Even if Zishong only mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet's amplification ability before Ning Kan, the Skywolf Fort would surely go mad for it. If the Devil Seal Tablet that amplifies strength by 100% falls into the hands of the Skywolf Fort's Fortmaster, then the Skywolf Fort would even be able to use it to suppress third-rate powers like the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the more he thought about it, the more he was sure that the objective of the group of people before him was precisely the Devil Seal Tablet within his spatial ring. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of terrifying howls of the wind swept over, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and his back even broke out in cold sweat. Master, watch out! At practically the exact same moment, an explosive shout sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain himself from raising his head. With a single glance, he saw the robust figure that was blocking his path not too far away. However, this robust figure had a dispirited aura at this moment. A fist had passed through Ta Mu's chest, and it was precisely the fist of the Skywolf Fort's elder that had hastily made a move against Duan Lingtian. What a touching scene. The Skywolf Fort's elder casually withdrew his fist, and with a raise of his hand, his water concept suffused out and eliminated the blood on his hand. On the other hand, a hideous bloody hole had appeared on Ta Mu's chest, and fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out from it. In the blink of an eye, it dyed his lower body red, yet he still forcefully and bitterly held on. Mars! Master! Ta Mu struggled for a moment before looking at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty, and he seemed to want to say something. But before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled, and he completely lost all signs of life. After that, he fell from the sky and fell onto the plains. Ta Mu! Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted. Never had he imagined that Ta Mu would use his own body to block the fist of the Skywolf Fort's elder for him. After all, he and Ta Mu could be said to have no relationship at all. If one really wanted to talk about the relationship between them, then it was nothing more than Ta Mu's wishful thinking of taking him as his master and wanting to learn the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, from him. But now, it was precisely such a person that he wasn't willing to take as his disciple no matter what, That person had blocked the strike of the Skywolf Fort's elder for him and saved his life. How much courage was required for this? Moreover, this wasn't something that could be accomplished just by having courage, it was also something that was worthy of him doing this. Was it worth it for me? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and he seemed to be speaking to himself yet also seemed to be asking the already dead Ta Mu. As far as he was concerned, since the beginning when Ta Mu wanted to take him as his master until that moment just now, he'd never given Ta Mu any face. It was even to the extent that he'd berated Ta Mu many times with the intention of making Ta Mu give up. But what about Ta Mu? Every time, Ta Mu would act as if nothing had happened, allowing him to berate him, allowing him to refuse, as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with tears, and they were on the verge of flowing out. These tears were because of the guilt he felt towards Ta Mu. If time could be turned back, even if it was only for a moment, he would absolutely not treat Ta Mu so coldly like before. But now, he didn't have the chance. Ta Mu was dead. Ta Mu had died before him, died for him. Since someone is willing to die for you, then you haven't lived your life in vain. The 6 Skywolf Fort elders who had been silent for a moment came back to their senses. One of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of killing intent. Now, you should follow him. Finally, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. The guilt he felt towards Ta Mu in his heart had completely transformed into bone-deep hatred, hatred towards the 6 Skywolf Fort elders in front of him, hatred towards the entire Skywolf Fort. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. However, did he have the strength to do so now? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's face had turned incomparably pale. His fists were tightly clenched together, and his nails pierced into his palms. After a sharp pain, blood flowed out. However, he seemed to be unaware of all of this. I want strength. I want great strength. I want strength that can destroy them, destroy Skywolf Fort, and even destroy everything. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's desire for strength had almost reached the limit. The violet clothes on his body were swept by waves of strong winds, and they fluttered. His long hair that was already scattered behind him because of the broken band even fluttered with the wind and fluttered up, and the surroundings were suffused with layers of azure-colored strong winds. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. First, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 4th level of the void interpretation stage. 2nd level intermediate wind concept. No wonder you were the first to leave the illusory crypt during the 2nd round of the selections. So it turns out that you've always concealed your cultivation. You're actually a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist. A Skywolf Fort elder spoke with slight surprise. He wasn't present during the 3rd and 4th round of the selections, so he didn't know that Duan Lingtian had broken through later on, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian had concealed his cultivation. 4th level void interpretation stage at the age of 28. Even in the entire Cloud continent, such natural talent can be considered to be monstrous. What a pity. The Skywolf Fort elder that used the age-measuring pearl to test Duan Lingtian's age during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties felt pity for Duan Lingtian. I've killed many people in my lifetime, yet I've never killed a genius martial artist like you. Even if you die today, we won't forget you. The corners of a Skywolf Fort elder's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. The material concept on the bodies of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders swept out, causing their clothes to flutter without any wind, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. As far as they were concerned, the violet-clothed young man before them was bound to become a ghost at their hands today. At the same time that Duan Lingtian ceaselessly shouted in his heart, he noticed that the spatial ring on his hand had started trembling. With a command in his mind, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within the storage space within his spatial ring had become restless, and it was even more disobedient than before. When Duan Lingtian's mind touched the Devil Seal tablet, his soul throbbed, and it was as if a voice that was filled with temptation was saying to him, "Let me out." Chapter 837. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought it was a misconception. But after a few times, he realized that all of this wasn't a misconception. Boundless strength. How boundless is it? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, who'd already become slightly mentally unstable because of Ta Mu's death and the waves of soundless shouts behind him, had a moment of thought, and he took out the Devil Seal tablet as if he was possessed. Whoosh! The Devil Seal tablet appeared before Duan Lingtian and floated there. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the current Devil Seal tablet was extremely different when compared to before, and there were strands of black mist on it that coiled around the entire Devil Seal tablet. Moreover, when this black mist touched the Devil Seal tablet, it actually strangely transformed into a black liquid that flowed on the ancient characters that Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize on the Devil Seal tablet, and it seemed to have formed numerous small streams. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the Devil Seal tablet that floated in midair, and for some unknown reason, he actually stretched out his hand and even pressed it on the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was icy cold to the touch, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but shudder, and his body started to lightly tremble. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the black liquid that flowed on the Devil Seal tablet actually flowed along his fingers into his hand when he pressed his hand on it. After the clearly visible black liquid flowed into his fingers, it spread to the center of his palm, the back of his palm, and then followed along his arm all the way up. Icy cold and bone-piercing coldness filled Duan Lingtian's entire arm, causing him to completely sober up, and his face went ghastly pale. Shit! Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't have the bewilderment from before, and at this instant, he noticed that his arm that was in contact with the Devil Seal tablet wasn't under his control. It was as if someone had seized control of it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold energy flow along the meridians on his shoulder and enter his internal organs, and at the same time, it flowed along his neck and head, directly into his soul. What exactly happened? This was Duan Lingtian's last thought before he lost consciousness. In the distance, the 6 Skywolf Fort elders who had surrounded Duan Lingtian and made it impossible for Duan Lingtian to escape were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly take out a broken stone tablet. When they saw the black mist emitting from the broken stone tablet and even turning into a black liquid, they were dumbfounded. They saw the complex and indecipherable words engraved on the stone tablet. What is this? It was only when they saw Duan Lingtian's hand pressing on the stone tablet and the black liquid flowing from the words on the stone tablet fusing into Duan Lingtian's body that they began to wake up. When they woke up, Duan Lingtian's eyes, which had suddenly lit up, dimmed again. After it dimmed, a thick scarlet color suddenly appeared. His scarlet eyes were incomparably deep, like the boundless starry sky. They contained a strange magic that made people feel as if they were about to sink into them at first glance. The 6 Skywolf Fort elders' expressions changed drastically when they saw the captivating scarlet eyes. They faintly realized that Duan Lingtian's body might have undergone some changes. This change made them feel a little scared. His hair. Suddenly, one of the Skywolf Fort elders exclaimed. The other 5 Skywolf Fort elders looked over when they heard the exclamation. Only then did they realize that when Duan Lingtian's eyes became scarlet and deep, his long black hair that fluttered in the wind also underwent an earth-shattering change in an instant. His long black hair turned into a devilish purple in an instant. Every time his long hair fluttered, it looked like a purple python swinging its tail. Who can tell me what the F***ck is going on? This was the thought in the minds of every Skywolf Fort elder. Slap. Right at this moment, a sound rang out and startled the 6 Skywolf Fort elders. They saw Duan Lingtian, whose eyes had turned scarlet, and whose devilish purple hair fluttered in the wind, grabbing the broken stone tablet in his hand. At the same time, wisps of black mist were emitted from Duan Lingtian's body and the broken stone tablet. They were filled with traces of an indescribably terrifying aura. The 6 Skywolf Fort elders felt a chill in their hearts when they sensed this aura from afar. Kill him. One of the Skywolf Fort elders shouted out in shock as if he wanted to use this to suppress the terror in his heart, and after he shouted out in shock, a grade 3 spirit weapon appeared out of thin air in his hand as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Above the void, the heaven and earth phenomenon suddenly appeared and transformed into hundreds of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They rushed out and bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other 5 Skywolf Fort elders had heavy expressions, and they didn't dare dally as they attacked with their full strength. The changes that occurred to Du and Lingtian caused them to feel terrified and uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. At that instant, they felt that Du and Lingtian seemed to have become a completely different person. The current Du and Lingtian brought too much pressure to them. Kill. The 6 Skywolf Fort Elders flashed towards Du and Lingtian from all directions, and the energy of the Grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands was completely released as they shot towards Du and Lingtian. Above the void, a few thousand ancient horned dragon silhouettes formed a circle and ceaselessly pounced towards the center area with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like rainbows. Lingtian. When the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders made a move against Du and Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao had arrived late and just happened to see the scene of Du and Lingtian being besieged by the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders. Presently, he didn't even have the time to think about why Du and Lingtian's hair would become violet, why his eyes would become scarlet red, and what was with the broken stone tablet in his hand that emitted a terrifying aura. Bang! 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 The weakest amongst the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders was in existence at the 3rd level of the Void Transformation stage, and the strongest was even in existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. They attacked in unison and covered the heavens and the earth as their attacks swept towards Du and Lingtian. Right at this moment, Du and Lingtian moved. He slowly raised the broken stone tablet in his hand and tossed it above his head, causing it to float in the sky above him. In the next moment, with the broken stone tablet as the center, a translucent black-colored light barrier descended down towards Du and Lingtian, and it enveloped Du and Lingtian's entire body within it to form a layer of protective barrier. Right at this moment, the full force attacks of the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders arrived. Bang! 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 Numerous extremely terrifying forces that were even capable of annihilating a 6th-level Void Transformation stage expert swept out and descended onto the translucent black-colored light barrier that stretched out from the broken stone tablet. Waves of enormous bangs that were like thunderclaps sounded out as terrifying sounds of air exploding resounded out without end, and at the center of the energy explosion, numerous shapeless waves of air surged and swept out. Even Feng Wu Dao, who was 100 meters away, couldn't help but narrow his eyes from being struck by the waves of air. How? How could this be possible? Right when Feng Wu Dao's expression was unsightly and thought that Du and Lingtian had already been killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders, the scene that appeared before him caused him to be dumbstruck. In the distance, the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders that formed an encirclement had already stopped attacking. If one looked carefully, one would notice that their bodies were trembling violently, and their eyes that stared ahead were wide open while disbelief covered their faces. It was as if they'd seen something terrifying. How? How could this be possible? This isn't real. Could it be that the stone tablet is what the Vice Fort Masters are looking for? The 6 Skywolf Fort Elders were completely dumbstruck as they looked at Du and Lingtian, who was protected by the layer of translucent black-colored light barrier and was completely unharmed. In next to no time, their gazes simultaneously shot towards the broken stone tablet above Du and Lingtian. The light barrier that protected Du and Lingtian extended out from it. Du and Lingtian is nothing to worry about if we seize this stone tablet. A crazy thought arose in the heart of one of the Skywolf Fort Elders, and then he flew out and flashed towards the broken stone tablet above Du and Lingtian with the intention of seizing it. Whoosh! Meanwhile, a flash appeared before the eyes of the other 5 Skywolf Fort Elders, and they noticed that Du and Lingtian had instantly vanished on the spot and appeared at the side of the broken stone tablet when he appeared once more. Impossible! How could this be possible? The other 5 Skywolf Fort Elders were dumbstruck as they gazed at their companion that was forcefully lifted up by Du and Lingtian like an eagle grabbing onto a chick and had his strength shaken off. Elder Ping is in existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. This Du and Lingtian actually subdued him so easily. How could this be possible? At this moment, the 5 Skywolf Fort Elders couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Crack! A clear and ear-piercing sound of bones breaking sounded out, and it was Du and Lingtian who stood at the side of the broken stone tablet that exerted strength in his hand and directly broke the neck of the Skywolf Fort Elder in his hand. 5th level Void Transformation stage, dead. Monster! Monster! The other 5 Skywolf Fort Elders shuddered and completely sobered up, and they roared as they scattered and fled in all directions. Now, They didn't dare have the thought of killing Duan Lingtian. What a joke! The strongest amongst them, Elder Ping, had been subdued by Duan Lingtian in a single move, and he'd even broken his neck and directly killed him. Even if they attacked, the outcome wouldn't be much different. At this moment, they only felt their scalps go numb, and they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Lingtian would possess such formidable strength after undergoing an unusual transformation. At the same time that they fled, they felt that the black-haired and black-eyed Duan Lingtian from before was so amiable. Gulp. Feng Wu Dao fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and muttered with an expression of disbelief. That was an existence at the 5th level of the void transformation stage. He was killed by that kid Lingtian in a single move. Is he really that kid Lingtian? Bewilderment had only just arisen in Feng Wu Dao's heart when he noticed that the distant Duan Lingtian had made a move. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a suction force that caused the airflow in the air to form a clearly visible vortex stretched out, and after it sucked the broken stone tablet into his hand, he vanished into thin air before Feng Wu Dao's eyes. Exactly, he vanished into thin air. So swift. Chapter 838. After all, even when he witnessed the battle between the vice-sect master of the Blade Sect, Sword 13, and the 2 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort earlier, even though he wasn't able to see the flashing figures of the 3 of them clearly, he was still able to catch some of it. Yet now, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's figure. Whoosh! In the next moment, he saw that Duan Lingtian who held the broken stone tablet and had fluttering violet hair appear out of thin air by the side of a Skywolf Fort elder that was fleeing. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian slapped out with his other hand, causing a deep and terrifying black-colored energy to sweep out and descend onto the Skywolf Fort elder, instantly killing him. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian vanished on the spot. Bang! 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 It was similarly a casual palm strike, yet the other 4 Skywolf Fort elders hadn't fled far before being caught up by him and easily killed. Duan Lingtian's attack was so swift that the roiling energy of heaven and earth in the horizon was completely unable to condense into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian killed the last Skywolf Fort elder, Feng Wu Dao, who'd heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Duan Lingtian and called out to him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Feng Wu Dao. Lingtian, how did you? Feng Wu Dao, who was just about to ask why Duan Lingtian would suddenly possess such a terrifying strength, stopped abruptly halfway through his words. Because Duan Lingtian was currently using a pair of bloody and deep eyes to stare at him, and it caused him to feel a wave of fear in his heart. It wasn't just that, Duan Lingtian's hand was even raised up high, and strands of deep black-colored energy coiled around it as it emitted an aura that caused terror to arise from the bottom of Feng Wu Dao's heart. Feng Wu Dao couldn't be more familiar with this movement of Duan Lingtian's. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian had struck out like this to kill those 5 Skywolf Fort elders. Lingtian, it's me. I'm Uncle Feng. When he saw Duan Lingtian seeming as if his palm would descend at any moment, Feng Wu Dao felt a wave of fear in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he couldn't help but speak out in panic. He had no doubt that once Duan Lingtian's palm landed, he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao realized a problem as well. Duan Lingtian seemed to have lost his mind. Your eyes turned blood red, and your hair turned purple. Lingtian brat, what happened to you? Feng Wu Dao's heart was filled with confusion. Uncle Feng? Finally, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth with great difficulty and slowly spat out a few syllables. Moreover, the scarlet color in his eyes seemed to show signs of fading away. Right, I'm Uncle Feng, Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian reacting and gradually lowering his raised hand, causing the mysterious and terrifying black-colored energy to disperse along with this. At this moment, his back was already completely drenched in cold sweat. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the few vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort added together. Uncle Feng. There was still slight confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he lightly shook his head as if he was recalling something, and the expression on his face seemed to be slightly painful. Lingtian brat, what's wrong with you? Feng Wu Dao noticed that something wasn't right with Duan Lingtian, and his face went slightly pale. In the end, his gaze descended onto the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. He had an extremely strange intuition that the changes that occurred in Duan Lingtian's body ought to be related to this stone tablet. Feng Wu Dao wasn't unfamiliar with this stone tablet. That day during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, Duan Lingtian had precisely used this stone tablet to counter Zi Shong's secret technique. Today, during the fourth round of the selections, he'd even used this stone tablet to cause Zi Shong to not even have the courage to enter the arena to battle him. When he thought up to here, Feng Wu Dao slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of taking away the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, as he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would return to normal without the stone tablet. But Feng Wu Dao had just stretched out his hand when he noticed an extremely gloomy and cold aura that instantly assaulted his face and enveloped his entire body within it. I have no ill intent. Feng Wu Dao hurriedly withdrew his hand when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression instantly change to stare coldly and indifferently at him. Only now did he realize that he shouldn't have done that. Because at this moment, the scarlet-red color in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even stronger, and the black-colored aura emitted from his body even caused the surrounding air to become gloomy and cold. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand as a terrifying black-colored energy coiled around his palm, and it seemed as if it would descend onto Feng Wu Dao at any moment. Feng Wu Dao's mind was tense as cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and his heart was filled with a perturbed feeling. He knew that his action of wanting to take the broken stone tablet earlier had already completely and utterly infuriated Duan Lingtian, who'd lost all reason. Uncle! Feng! Uncle! Right when Feng Wu Dao thought Duan Lingtian would strike down with his palm, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had once again spoken a few words, and this caused him to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao was just about to guide Duan Lingtian patiently to guide Duan Lingtian to recover his reason when he noticed Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air before his eyes and transformed into nothingness. Lingtian! Feng Wu Dao's face went grim as he hurriedly glanced towards the surroundings. In the end, he didn't notice Duan Lingtian's tracks, and he even didn't know which direction Duan Lingtian had gone. Shit! Lingtian has lost all reason now, and if he were to wander about randomly in the foreign lands, I'm afraid his life would be in danger. Feng Wu Dao had an anxious expression as he looked around for a while, yet he was at a loss for what to do. In the end, he could only search nearby, yet he didn't notice any trace of Duan Lingtian after searching for a long time, and he could only give up in the end. When dusk descended, Feng Wu Dao returned to the place where the elders of Skywolf Fort were killed, and only now did he notice that the group of people from the Blade sect had arrived. Father! Feng Tianwu moved over to greet Feng Wu Dao when she saw him. Father, where did you go? What exactly happened here? Who killed these elders of Skywolf Fort? I even saw Tamu's corpse. Only elder brother Duan's whereabouts are unknown. Do you know where he went? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with anxiousness. She was most worried about the safety of Duan Lingtian and her father earlier. Because she noticed that Tamu was dead, and the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort were dead as well. Now, when she saw her father was safe and sound, and she didn't see Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but be even more worried about the safety of Duan Lingtian. Feng Wu Dao glanced at the 7 corpses scattered on the plains when he heard this, and he was just about to speak when he noticed Sword 13, Saber 5, and the others had come over to greet him. When I caught up, I noticed the corpses of Tamu and the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. As for that kid Lingtian, I didn't see him. I searched the surroundings for a while, yet I didn't notice any trace of him. Feng Wu Dao sighed as he spoke. As far as he was concerned, the incident from before was truly too strange. Especially the strength Duan Lingtian revealed after he underwent an unexpected transformation. It was absolutely a strength that surpassed the Void transformation stage, and it might even have attained the martial Monarch stage. All of this seemed to be related to the mysterious broken stone tablet. Besides that, according to his guess, it was very likely that the reason the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had come for Duan Lingtian was for the sake of the broken stone tablet. Perhaps, they'd found out about some things from Zi Shong. It was precisely because of this that Feng Wu Dao had decided to conceal everything he'd seen earlier after careful consideration. In this way, he would be able to better protect Du and Lingtian. Otherwise, once the secret of the mysterious stone tablet was exposed, even the Blade sect might be moved by it and do something bad to Du and Lingtian. What? Feng Tianwu was terrified to the point her beautiful face went pale when she heard this. Why is it like this? Where could elder brother Duan have gone? Su Li and Zhong Shouyong stood at the side with worried expressions as well. After hearing what Feng Wudao said, Jian Shisan sighed. I went to look at those 7 corpses. Tamu ought to have been killed by the members of Skywolf Fort. As for the members of Skywolf Fort, they were all killed by the same expert. Based on the distance between the 6 corpses of Skywolf Fort and the marks on their corpses, that expert's speed was extremely swift, and it even far surpassed my speed. When he spoke up to hear, Jian Shisan took a deep breath before saying, moreover, the spatial rings on the corpses of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders are still there, and that expert obviously didn't take a fancy to their things. So, according to my estimations, it's extremely likely that a martial monarch stage expert made a move and killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort before taking away Du and Lingtian. Jian Shisan finished speaking in a single breath. Martial monarch stage expert. As soon as Jian Shisan finished speaking, besides Saber 5 who was prepared since long ago, the pupils of everyone including Feng Wudao couldn't help but constrict, and they had astonished expressions. Feng Wudao was like this because he was shocked by Jian Shisan's deduction. He never imagined that Jian Shisan's thoughts were actually meticulous to such an extent that he was able to determine from the corpses of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders that it was a martial monarch stage expert that killed them. After Ling Tian underwent an unexpected change. That strength is indeed a strength that only a martial monarch stage expert possesses. But, I keep having the feeling that exploding out with such a strength is extremely harmful to him and not the slightest benefit. When he thought of Du and Lingtian's appearance when he lost all reason, Feng Wudao's heart was filled with worry. Elder brother Duan was taken away by a martial monarch stage expert. After Feng Tianwu heard what Jian Shisan said, the worry on her face grew even deeper. Then what should we do now? How should we find that martial monarch stage expert and rescue elder brother Duan? Tianwu. Jian Shisan shook his head. I feel that you're too concerned and confused. If Du and Lingtian was really taken away by a martial monarch stage expert, then he ought to be fine. Not only that, he might even obtain a great fortune. Yeah. Su Li deeply agreed with his master's words. If that martial monarch stage expert wants to harm Du and Lingtian, then Du and Lingtian's end would surely be the same as those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a martial monarch stage expert to make a move and kill those Skywolf Fort elders for no reason or rhyme. But since he made a move, it's most probably for the sake of rescuing Du and Lingtian. Chapter 839. Needless to say, Su Li's judgment was extremely convincing, and it caused Feng Tianwu's expression to gradually ease up. Yeah, Wu, that kid Lingtian will surely be fine. As the saying goes, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great calamity, Feng Wudao said. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. Even though her emotions had calmed down, a wisp of worry still appeared on her pitilessly beautiful face. When he saw this scene, Feng Wudao completely dispelled the thought of telling the truth to Feng Tianwu. Otherwise, his daughter would surely be even more worried. Du and Lingtian vanished into thin air, causing Feng Wudao to be unable to find a trace of him. In the end, he could only return to the Blade sect with Sword 13 and the others. Vice Sect Master Sword, what about the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort? Feng Wudao asked curiously. When he first came to chase after Du and Lingtian, Tamu, and those elders of Skywolf Fort, Sword 13 and Saber 5 were in a horrifying battle with the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Both sides were evenly matched, and even if they fought for an entire day and night, the outcome might not be decided. They were in a deadlock with us for a period of time before leaving. Perhaps they thought that those elders of Skywolf Fort had already succeeded and returned. Sword 13 sneered. They probably never imagined even in their dreams that all the members of Skywolf Fort would be dead. This is called trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. They deserved it. Saber 5 cursed as well, and then he sighed. But it's a pity that Tamu. Such a good seedling was killed by the members of Skywolf Fort just like that. Let's go. After a short moment, Sword 13 sighed and led the group to continue on their way, and they headed towards the Blade Sect in the northeast. The veil of night gradually descended. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 figures came over from the southwest, and they passed through the sky to quickly arrive at the place Sword 13 and the others had stopped at in the evening. There are a few corpses there. The person in the lead amongst the 4 suddenly stopped moving before diving down. The other 3 followed closely behind him. Elder Ping. Looking at the old man whose neck was twisted and showed no signs of resistance, the old man wearing a green uniform had a gloomy expression. No wonder they didn't come back. They all died here. At this time, the other 3 people also dragged 5 corpses over. They were all killed in one strike. From the way their eyes were wide open, it was clear that they were extremely terrified before they died. They must have met an expert that they couldn't match. Judging from the distance between their corpses and the wounds on their bodies, the person who killed them is no ordinary figure. I'm afraid even the fort master doesn't have such strength. Soon, the 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Martial Emperor. Immediately after, the 4 of them exclaimed in unison. These 4 people were the 4 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort who had chased after the group from Blade Sect this afternoon and fought against Sword 13 and Saber 5. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yu Kang, and Feng Wei. After they returned, they originally thought that the 6 elders that chased after Duan Lingtian had already returned, yet never had they imagined that they didn't return at all. It wasn't just that, they waited for a long time, yet didn't notice those 6 elders returning. Instantly, the 4 of them decided to come over and see if they could find any clues. The outcome was out of their expectations. The 6 elders of Skywolf Fort were suspected to have been killed by a martial emperor stage expert, and 5 of them were even pursued and killed in a single strike while fleeing for their lives. There are traces of blood there. Suddenly, Feng Wei exclaimed in a low voice, and he seemed to have noticed something. Instantly, the other 3 people went over together. In next to no time, they saw a simple grave nearby, and there was no tombstone on it. Based on the traces of mud on the grave, it was obviously buried not long ago. Bang! 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 Ning Kan took a stride forward and pushed out 3 palms, and his vast origin energy combined with material concept instantly turned the grave upside down. A sturdy corpse was also sent flying by the explosion and fell heavily to the ground. It's that Tamu. Feng Wei recognized the corpse with a single glance, and then he guessed. It's probably buried by the members of the Blade Sect. Could it be that the 6 elders were killed by the members of the Blade Sect? Yu Kang frowned. No. Meng Li shook his head. The injuries on the corpses of the 6 elders have obviously been there for some time. Moreover, the person that killed them is most probably a martial emperor stage expert. I didn't notice any other traces in the surroundings, nor did I see Duan Lingtian's corpse. Feng Wei searched the surroundings for a while before saying, it's slightly strange. It's very likely that Duan Lingtian was taken away by that martial emperor stage expert. No matter how temperamental a martial emperor stage expert is, he wouldn't casually kill people. Moreover, he killed a few people that were like ants in his eyes. Ning Kan guessed. So I guess that the martial emperor stage expert made a move for the sake of saving Duan Lingtian. Perhaps he took a fancy to Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability, or perhaps it was something else. As he finished speaking, Ning Kan's expression sank. The expressions of Meng Li and the others were unsightly as well. The incident today had undoubtedly pushed them to the opposite side of Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was really following by the side of a martial emperor stage expert, then once the martial emperor stage expert made a move in the future, their Skywolf Fort would undoubtedly suffer misfortune. Don't worry about it for now. All of this is only our own guesses. Perhaps the truth isn't like this. In the end, it was Meng Li who recovered from his shock first and consoled them. Ning Kan and the others nodded. Let's return. Meng Li continued. There's no need to think about the saint weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession for now. The important matter at hand is to properly prepare to deal with the opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure half a year from now. According to my knowledge, there are no less than 6 powers that know of the existence of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When he spoke up to hear, Meng Li looked at Ning Can. Ning Can, I heard that the personal disciple you've just taken is a variant, and his innate ability is even more extraordinary. Properly foster him. His innate ability will be the trump card of our Skywolf Fort's young disciples after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Yes, senior brother. Ning Can replied respectfully, and a proud smile appeared on his face when he thought of his personal disciple. The 4 of them arrived hastily and left hastily. As for the corpses of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders, they utterly didn't pay any attention to them and casually tossed them onto the vast plains, allowing them to wait for the arrival of wild beasts and fierce beasts. In the sky above the Dark Han dynasty, swoosh, swoosh, 2 figures that were exceedingly swift flashed through the sky, and it wasn't long before they appeared in the sky above the Dark Han dynasty before stopping. Meanwhile, the owners of the 2 figures appeared. They were 2 young girls around the age of 15 or 16. One of the young girls wore yellow clothes and had a pair of eyes that were suffused with a strange sheen, and it was obvious with a single glance that she wasn't someone that could calm down. The other young girl wore green clothes and had a beautiful appearance, and it could be discerned that she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty when she grew up. Most importantly, the green-clothed young girl seemed to be extremely tranquil as she stood there, and she was like a painting. Compared to the yellow-clothed young girl that was raising her head to watch, they formed 2 extremes. Xuanai, this is the Dark Han dynasty you spoke of in the past. The green-clothed young girl spoke with a voice that was pleasant and gentle like an oriole. Yes, yes. The yellow-clothed young girl nodded, and then she held the green-clothed young girl's hand before swooping down hastily. I heard Big Brother Ling Tian say that he seems to be going to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder if it has ended. It has already been a few years. It ought to have ended, right? Even though the green-clothed young girl was pulled down from the sky by the yellow-clothed young girl, she still maintained a tranquil and ladylike bearing as she lightly parted her jade lips and exhaled. Wouldn't we know if we ask someone? The yellow-clothed young girl spoke. Xuanai, I think we should return earlier. If my father finds out that I ran away from home with you and snuck out, he'll surely be furious. The green-clothed young girl spoke with slight worry. What are you afraid of? I'm here. The yellow-clothed young girl spoke forthrightly. At that time, if Uncle Mu dares say anything about you, then I'll burn his hair. Speaking of which, Uncle Mu is rather handsome when he doesn't have hair. Don't. The green-clothed young girl laughed bitterly. Father's current hair is something he grew for a few years. If you do that again, then he'll probably be depressed again. As far as she was concerned, her father was a formidable figure at any rate, yet he just happened to be meek like a rabbit before her little companion. All right. Aren't you annoying? If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have brought you along. The yellow-clothed young girl spoke with slight impatience. In next to no time, the 2 young girls entered the Dark Han dynasty's capital, and they went to the restaurant at the first possible moment to call the attendant over. Attendant, has the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended? The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai that had parted ways with Duan Lingtian a few years ago, looked at the attendant and asked. Young miss, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties wasn't held in our Dark Han dynasty. According to my knowledge, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held a year after the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty ended, and it ought to have ended a few days ago. The attendant said. Then do you know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held? Han Xuanai asked. Young miss, you must be joking. How would people like us know something like this? The attendant laughed bitterly. Young miss, do you want to know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held? Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out, and a young man in embroidered clothes arrived before the table Han Xuanai was at under the escort of 2 servants. What? You know? Han Xuanai sized the young man up from top to bottom for a moment and asked with slight suspicion. Of course. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his head with an arrogant expression, and then he looked at the nearby attendant and said, Attendant, Tell this young miss who this young master is. Yes, yes. Chapter 840. Yi Xiong. Han Shuanai's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and then she couldn't help but mutter. Why does it sound like a woman's name? A man taking a woman's name is truly shameful. The young man in embroidered clothes, the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiong's face sank slightly when he heard Han Shuanai. His feminine name had always been a pain in his heart, and it was also his taboo, and no one dared to speak of it in front of him. My big brother Ling Tian's name is still better, that's the name a man should have. After muttering to herself for a while, Han Shuanai smiled. Big brother Ling Tian? The attendant couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he heard Han Shuanai. Young miss, could it be that the full name of the big brother Ling Tian you spoke of is Duan Ling Tian? Hey! You know my big brother Ling Tian? Han Shuanai's eyes lit up when she heard the attendant, and then she asked. Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian is? How could I possibly know young master Ling Tian? I only had the fortune to see him from afar during the dynasty martial competition over a year ago. Young master Ling Tian was too impressive at that time, and in the end, he even obtained the honor of being the first in the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty. The attendant smiled and said, now, young master Ling Tian ought to be just like this young master Yi Xiong's older brother, and he hasn't returned from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The first in the dynasty martial competition? Han Shuanai's eyes lit up as she chuckled. As expected of my big brother, Han Shuanai's older brother, truly formidable. Hey! That chamber pot, oh wait, Yi Xiong. What are you running for? You still haven't told me where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held. Swoosh. Han Shuanai vanished into thin air before the attendant's eyes before appearing once more to block the path of Yi Xiong, who was just about to leave stealthily, and she asked angrily with her hands on her hips. Yi Xiong's eyes flashed and he noticed that a figure had appeared, and he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Why are the people around this Duan Lingtian so perverted? I can't afford to offend them, so why can't I avoid them? Yi Xiong felt extremely bitter in his heart. Actually, when he first saw Han Shuanai and the other girl in green beside Han Shuanai, he harbored evil thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to trick them into going to the Yi clan residence. But when he heard Han Shuanai say that the Duan Lingtian was her brother, the crooked thoughts in his heart disappeared. He did not dare to offend the Duan Lingtian again. Even if he couldn't afford to provoke them, couldn't he just avoid them? But now, it seemed that even if he wanted to hide, it would not be easy. I heard from my brother that it's going to be held in the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That's all I know. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As Yi Xiong spoke, he brought along the 2 servants and hurriedly ran out of the restaurant, running even faster than a rabbit. Northern desert? Ancient desert city? Han Shuanai muttered, and then her eyes lit up. I remember now. Qingnu and I went to that place. There seems to be a power called the Skydog Fort there, and the beard of their fort master is rather interesting. I pulled it out the last time. A few years have passed, so it ought to have grown out, right? As Han Shuanai spoke, she held the hand of the green-clothed young girl and ran out of the restaurant. Shuiyi, let's go. I'll bring you to find a very interesting person, and we'll go play the game of pulling out his beard. The green-clothed young girl was the companion that Han Shuanai had played with since she was young, and it was even to the extent that they cultivated the same cultivation technique, Mu Shuiyi. The corners of Mu Shuiyi's mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile when she heard Han Shuanai. At the same time, her heart was filled with pity towards the fort master of the Skydog Fort. Not a single person that was targeted by the little she-devil had a good ending. This was something that she deeply understood. The northern desert belonged to the southern border of the foreign lands, and it was adjacent to the 10 dynasties and occupied an area that was a few tens of times larger than the 10 dynasties. In the southern area of the northern desert, powers gathered together, and there were 4 great powers that reigned supreme. They were respectively Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. East of the northern desert, Drift Cloud Town, Ye family's estate. In a quiet courtyard, there was a young girl around the age of 16 or 17 walking up and down. The young girl had a delicate appearance, and even though she couldn't be considered to be a peerless beauty, she was still a rare beauty. But the young girl's brows were tightly knit together at this moment. No. Even if I die, I won't marry him. The young girl gritted her teeth with a resolute expression. What's this place? Suddenly, a perplexed muttering sounded out from the room on the left of the courtyard, and the voice seemed to be slightly muddled. The young girl's eyes lit up when she heard this voice, and she hurriedly charged into the room. You're awake. The young girl looked at the purple-clad young man who was struggling to sit up on the bed, and her bright eyes shone with brilliance. She admired this man from the bottom of her heart for being able to stay in bed for more than half a month and still be alive. You are. Duan Lingtian shook his slightly drowsy head. His stiff body gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling, as though he needed to get used to it again. He looked at the young girl in front of him with a confused expression on his face. I'm Yi Xian. The young girl smiled and sighed softly. You really can sleep. You've been asleep for 18 days since the day I found you. 18 days? You said I've been unconscious for 18 days. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. At the same time, with just a thought, he discovered the Devil Seal tablet lying quietly in his spatial ring. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he took out the Devil Seal tablet that day. He still remembered that when he pressed his hand on the Devil Seal tablet, a strange energy suddenly gushed out from the Devil Seal tablet and fused into his arm. In the blink of an eye, he lost feeling in his arm. When he woke up, he felt a piercing pain in his soul, and then he completely lost consciousness. After he lost consciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep, and he even had an extremely strange dream in this state. In that dream, his body was completely out of his control, and it had become violet-haired with blood-red eyes, and he looked like a peerless devil king. In the dream, he'd killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, and he'd even seen Feng Wudao in the end. He still remembered. In the dream, he'd wanted to kill Feng Wudao many times, and it was he who'd used all his strength to stop Feng Wudao. As he stopped Feng Wudao, he once again lost consciousness. When he woke up, he noticed he was in this small room, and he even saw a young girl with a delicate and pretty appearance. Based on what the young girl said, it seemed like she'd saved him. Moreover, he'd slept for 18 days. Yes. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the young girl nod, and based on her expression, she obviously wasn't lying, and there seemed to be no need to lie. Can you tell me what happened when you met me? I don't even remember. Duan Lingtian shook his head that felt like it was about to split open, and he took a deep breath as he asked. The young girl nodded, and then she said, When I met you, you were lying in a field of reeds. I just happened to pass by and saw you, and I noticed you weren't dead, so I saved you. As she spoke up to hear, the young girl laughed lightly. Your figure can be considered to be well proportioned, but I never imagined that you'd be rather heavy. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and then he asked, Where is this place? This is my home, the Ye family of Driftcloud Town. The young girl spoke as she asked. Right, I've already told you my name, but you haven't told me yours. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian slightly opened his mouth and revealed a brilliant smile. Thank you for saving me. Duan Lingtian? Then I'll call you Elder Brother Duan, and you can call me Xiao Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Xian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Brother Duan, you've slept for 18 days, so you must be hungry, right? I'll prepare something for you to eat. Yi Xian said, and without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response, she hurriedly left the room and the small courtyard. What a kind-hearted girl. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he controlled his somewhat unaccustomed body, got off the bed, walked out of the room, and stretched his arms and legs in the small courtyard. What happened after that? How did I escape the clutches of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders? After feeling that he had adapted to his body again, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. And that strange dream. Everything in the dream, could it be real? Suddenly, this crazy thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. After this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress, as if it was the truth. If that dream was real, Then this devil seal tablet is too freakish, right? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he took out the devil seal tablet from his storage ring. The devil seal tablet was cold to the touch, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that it was connected to his own flesh and blood. Can you tell me if everything is real? Duan Lingtian looked at the devil seal tablet and asked. It was as if he was playing the lute to a cow. When he saw the devil seal tablet didn't move for a long time, Duan Lingtian put it away and muttered. Based on the current situation, it's very likely that everything is real. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to survive the siege of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. The strength of the violet-haired and blood-red-eyed me in the dream was so strong that I felt it far surpassed senior. The senior Duan Lingtian spoke of was the vice-sect master of the Blade Sect, Sword 13, an existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Moreover, even if it was amongst the numerous 9th level Void Transformation stage martial artists, Sword 13's strength should at least be at the middle level or above. This could be seen from Sword 13's ability to go against the joint forces of the 9th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master and 8th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The strength of the me in the dream was probably at the martial Monarch stage or above, Duan Lingtian muttered as he recalled the extremely clear dream. Ta-Mu. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he recalled Ta-Mu who'd blocked the attack of the Skywolf Fort Elder for him and died before him. If everything in the dream was real, Ta-Mu could be said to have saved him. Chapter 841. Elder Brother Duan, you haven't eaten for so long. Your body must not be able to take rice. So, I cooked a bowl of millet porridge for you. At this moment, Yi Xian returned and placed a plate with a bowl of hot porridge on the stone table in the courtyard as she spoke with a smile. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of the porridge and his appetite was aroused. After sitting down at the stone table, he began to eat the porridge. The porridge tasted very good. It was obvious that it was cooked with care. Xiao Xian, your culinary skills are not bad. Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Duan Lingtian smiled. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when his words that carried a teasing tone entered into Yi Xian's ears, it instead caused the corners of Yi Xian's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian was startled. No. Yi Xian shook her head and forced a smile on her face as she changed the topic. Right, Elder Brother Duan, why did you appear in the reed field outside our Driftcloud town? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know either. You don't know? Yi Xian was stunned. She could tell that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying. However, what exactly did a person experience to sleep for 18 days without any signs of injury or illness? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, Xiao Xian, you said earlier that this is the Ye family in Driftcloud Town? I wonder if you know where the Skywolf Fort is. Skywolf Fort? Yi Xian could not help but be shocked when she heard this. Elder Brother Duan, are you talking about the Skywolf Fort, one of the 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? The 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he asked curiously, the 4 major forces you mentioned, don't tell me it's the Skywolf Fort, the Blade Sect, the Empyrean Temple, and the Emotion-Severing Sect? That's right. Yi Xian nodded and then asked, Elder Brother Duan, why are you asking about the Skywolf Fort? The Skywolf Fort is located in the southernmost part of the Northern Desert. It's quite far from here. Where is this place? A premonition arose to Duan Lingtian to him. Driftcloud Town is located to the east of the Northern Desert. Yi Xian said. The east of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was shocked in his heart. Why did I come to the east of the Northern Desert? It's probably a very long distance from here to the south of the Northern Desert, right? With my current strength, I'll definitely encounter danger if I head to the south of the Northern Desert and head to the Blade Sect. Leaving alone is extremely risky. Duan Lingtian felt rather helpless when he thought about this. Looks like if I want to go to the Blade Sect, I have to think of another way. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Miss. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Patriarch heard that the young master you saved has woken up. He wants you to bring the young master to see him. Father, what does he want to do? Yi Xian frowned. She seemed to be reluctant. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to be the daughter of the Ye family. Speaking of which, I've disturbed you and the Ye family for quite some time. Bring me to see the patriarch of the Ye family. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, Yi Xian naturally had no reason to refuse. She beckoned Duan Lingtian and headed to the Ye family's main hall. In the Ye family's main hall, the patriarch of the Ye family, Yi Ting, sat at the head of the table. Yi Ting was about 50 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a dignified aura between his brows. He had the dignity of a person in a high position. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged man's facial features were similar to Yi Ting's. However, there was a hint of gloominess and viciousness between his brows. It was obvious he was not an ordinary person. This person was the third elder of the Ye family, Yi Hui. He was also Yi Ting's half-brother. Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize Xiao Xian. Do you think the Shen family will let the matter rest if news of Xiao Xian, a virgin, bringing a man to her courtyard reaches the ears of the Shen family? Yi Hui said in a deep voice. Sigh. Yi Ting sighed. That girl, Xiao Xian, is just like her mother. She's kind-hearted and not scheming. Her actions this time were indeed thoughtless. However, I heard that the man had been lying in bed for 18 days and had just woken up today. I don't think anything will happen between him and Xiao Xian. Moreover, I believe that Xiao Xian won't do anything she shouldn't do. Yi Ting added. I'm willing to believe in Xiao Xian as well. However, if news of this spreads, what will the outsiders think of it? At that time, won't the Shen family tear our Ye family apart? Yi Hui's expression darkened as he spoke. So, big brother. When Xiao Xian brings that fellow here, I'll ask him to get lost. You mustn't help him. Sigh. I know what to do. However, here's someone Xiao Xian brought back. No matter what, you have to give Xiao Xian some face. Yi Ting sighed. I understand. Yi Hui nodded. Duan Lingtian followed behind Yi Xian as they shuttled through the Ye family's estate and finally arrived at the Ye family's main hall. Duan Lingtian had just entered the main hall when he sensed two gazes locking onto him. One of the gazes was rather polite. The other gaze was not only sharp, but also unbridled. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened slightly. He raised his head and met the gaze of the owner of the gaze behind him. It was Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below the main hall. He was not afraid in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and immediately detected the person's cultivation base. It was at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Father. After Yi Xian walked into the main hall, she bowed to Yi Ting who sat in the seat of honor. After that, she glanced indifferently at Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below. Second uncle. Yi Hui snorted coldly. This snort was directed at both Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, you're becoming more and more impolite. Originally, I still didn't know what was going on. But now it seems like it's the people around you who are problematic. It's not a good habit to learn from the bad instead of the good. When you enter the Shen family in the future, won't people laugh at our Ye family for not having a good upbringing? Yi Hui glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian before he looked at Yi Xian and spoke sarcastically. Second uncle. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly as she looked at Yi Hui and said in a low voice, My friend shouldn't have offended you, right? What right do you have to speak to him? Also, I've already said that I won't marry that good-for-nothing from the Shen family. If you want to marry, then marry yourself. You. Yi Hui was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Yi Ting and said, Big brother, look. This is your good daughter, Xiao Xian. Yi Ting frowned and scolded, How can you speak to your second uncle like that? Second uncle? Yi Xian laughed sarcastically and said, I treat him as my second uncle, but does he treat me as his niece? In order to flatter the Shen family, in order to build a relationship with the Shen family, in order to benefit himself, he sold me out behind my back. I don't have a second uncle like him." As she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face was filled with determination. Yi Xian's hysterical words not only shocked Yi Ting and Yi Hui, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Was this still the gentle Xiao Xian? However, from Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the conflict between Yi Xian and her second uncle. No wonder Xiao Xian's expression didn't look right when I told her that whoever marries her will be blessed. It turns out that her second uncle set her up behind her back and forced her to marry that good-for-nothing. Duan Lingtian had always been meticulous, so it was easy for him to guess the ins and outs of the matter. "Big brother, it seems that Xiao Xian has a strong opinion of me. I really want to ask you to be the judge of this matter. Am I doing this for the sake of the big picture? A marriage alliance with the Shen family will only be beneficial to the Ye family." Yi Hui looked at Yi Ting and spoke slowly. "Xiao Xian, you..." Just as Yi Ting was about to scold Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Ting and interrupted Yi Ting. "Duan Lingtian greets the head of the Ye family." Yi Hui snorted coldly and muttered to himself, "Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking? How could Xiao Xian know this kind of trash?" Although Yi Hui wasn't talking to Duan Lingtian, he was obviously talking to Duan Lingtian. Trash. Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he heard Yi Hui's words. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little irritated. The origin energy in his body was also becoming restless. The thought of killing Yi Hui rose in his heart for no reason. Moreover, this thought grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it was constantly driving Duan Lingtian and trying to control Duan Lingtian's emotions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. After taking a deep breath, his restless emotions calmed down. At the same time, he was shocked. When did I become so easily angered? I feel like my emotions aren't under my control. It seems that the dream was real. My emotions must have been affected by the Devil Seal tombstone, and there are repercussions. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that in the dream, he seemed to only be left with bloodthirsty and ruthless emotions that completely suppressed his normal emotions. Therefore, he was almost certain that it was the repercussions of the Devil Seal tombstone giving him great strength after he killed everyone. I originally thought that with the Devil Seal tombstone, I would be able to use it to give me strength whenever I encounter danger in the future. I would be able to use the strength it gave me to clear away all obstacles. However, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. While the Devil Seal tombstone helped me, it also left a wound and flaw in my soul, causing my emotions to go out of control. Perhaps, if the dreamlike incident were to happen again, my emotions would go out of control. In the end, I wouldn't even be able to control myself, causing me to become a true devil. When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 842. The Devil Seal tombstone is too terrifying. If possible, it's best if I don't use the power within it in the future. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he recalled the words Yi Xian's second uncle, Yi Hui, had said to himself. He could not help but smile faintly. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Hui, who was as angry as a little tigress and was about to attack Yi Xian. "Xiao Xian, if someone is willing to risk the happiness of his family for his own selfish desires, don't you think is worse than a dog or a pig?" Of course. Yi Xian, who was about to explode when she heard Yi Hui's words, smiled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, she secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Enough. Finally, Yi Ting could not bear to watch any longer. "Both of you, stop talking. You're the young man Xiao Xian saved, right?" Yi Ting asked indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Are you all right now?" Yi Ting asked again. "Yes." Duan Lingtian responded again. "Since you're all right, take these 10 low-grade origin stones and return to where you came from," Yi Ting said indifferently. At the same time, He raised his hand and casually tossed 10 low-grade origin stones at Duan Lingtian's feet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This seemed to be an insult to him and trampling on his dignity, right? Father, what's the meaning of this? Yi Xian's expression changed when she saw this scene. She said angrily, elder brother Duan is my friend. You insulting him is equivalent to insulting me. Hurry up and apologize to him. Yi Ting's expression darkened when he saw his daughter standing up for someone else. Ask him to apologize. Was it possible? Kai. Yi Hui sneered, then glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, Big brother, I think this kid thinks it's too little. 10 low-grade primordial stones, that's quite a lot. Yi Ting didn't take it to heart and said indifferently, our Ye family doesn't owe him anything, but he owes our Ye family. Ye family head, that's not right. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said faintly, even if I owe someone, it's Xiao Xian. What does it have to do with your Ye family? Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family. Since you owe Xiao Xian, you owe the Ye family as well. Yi Ting looked disdainfully at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Ha 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 ha, Duan Lingtian laughed heartily when he heard this. His laughter was wanton and free, and it filled the entire Ye family hall. What are you laughing at? Yi Ting said in a low voice, am I wrong? Ye family head, do you still know that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family? You didn't even discuss your marriage with her before deciding it with an outsider. You acted first and reported later. Do you think that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family? Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said coldly, perhaps, in your eyes, Xiao Xian is just a tool for the marriage between the Ye family and the Shen family. Yi Ting's expression turned ugly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yi Xian, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was excited to the point she clenched her fists tightly, as what Duan Lingtian said had spoken out the thoughts in her heart, and it resonated with her. Brat, the Ye family's matters are none of your business. Yi Hui stood up from his seat and glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he shouted in a stern voice. What? Didn't you just say that I owe the Ye family a favor? Now you're trying to cut ties with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. The Ye family doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yi Ting stood up from the seat at the head as well, and the origin energy on his body flashed like flames as his gaze that was like a blade flashed towards Duan Lingtian as he shouted out coldly. Father, what are you doing? Elder brother Duan is my friend. If you ask him to get lost, I'll get lost with him. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the Shen family. Yi Xian took a step forward. Although she wasn't tall, she stood in front of Duan Lingtian and spread out her arms to protect him. She was afraid that Yi Ting would attack Duan Lingtian. You! Xiao Xian, get out of the way. Yi Ting's expression turned even uglier when he saw that his daughter was standing with an outsider. Yi Xian was young, but she had an unyielding character. She ignored Yi Ting. If you don't get out of the way, I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Yi Ting roared in a deep voice under his extreme rage. Yi Xian's face turned as white as a sheet when she heard this. She looked as if she had lost her soul. She muttered to herself, it's changed, everything has changed. The father who loved me so dearly will never come back. The father who promised my mother before she died that he would let me live happily for the rest of my life is no longer around. The father who would never yell at me is no longer around. Duan Lingtian sighed. Every family had its own difficulties. This saying was indeed true. At this moment, he could feel Yi Xian's disappointment, but he didn't know how to comfort her. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. He had to help this kind-hearted girl get through this difficult time. Xiao Xian. Yi Ting sighed when he heard Yi Xian's muttering. Actually, the Shen family's young master is not bad, although he's usually a little too much of a hedonist and indulgent. However, he told me that he's just putting on a show and that he'll treat you sincerely. Father, let me ask you, do you believe his nonsense? Yi Xian sneered. In Drifting Cloud Town, as long as the family's daughter is pretty, which family hasn't been harmed by him? The number of girls who chose to commit suicide after being defiled by him is at least 80, if not 100, right? You want me to marry such a hedonist? Just because the Shen family can help the Ye family after the marriage, father, You want to push me into the fire pit? Yi Xian's rhetorical questions left Yi Ting speechless. He didn't know how to answer. Xiao Xian, you have to be sensible. You're a member of the Ye family, so you naturally have to think for the sake of the Ye family. Sacrificing you will allow our Ye family to rise to a higher level, and the Ye family will never forget you. The nearby Yi Hui interrupted. No matter how high a family rises by sacrificing a woman, it's unable to change the lowliness in its bones. It'll fall down again sooner or later. Duan Lingtian spoke with disdain. In his lifetime, he looked down upon people and powers that relied on women to seek benefits the most. Kid, you're courting death. Yi Hui was furious and couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious wild beast that directly pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! He slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed before fusing with his material water concept and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. The wind from his palm swept out and caused the airflow in the air to flash along with it, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that ceaselessly swept out towards the surroundings. Elder brother Duan, watch out! Yi Xian, who was originally immersed in her pain, inadvertently saw this scene and her expression changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with extreme anger towards her second uncle, Yi Hui. Yi Ting had the ability to stop her, yet he didn't make any move and watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. But in the next moment, he was unable to maintain his composure any longer, and his pupils instantly constricted. Slap! An enormous bang sounded out, and it was Duan Lingtian casually pushing out with his palm to forcefully receive Yi Hui's palm strike. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, but Yi Hui's expression instantly flushed red. You overestimate yourself. There's no enmity between us, yet you want to kill me just because I said a few words that I felt were right? Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze met his gaze as he asked in a low voice. Yi Hui held back a mouthful of blood, yet he wasn't willing to show weakness before Duan Lingtian, so he didn't spit it out, and it was naturally impossible for him to reply. What's the point of keeping your cultivation for a person like you? Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Stay your hand. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ting, who felt that something was amiss, realized what Duan Lingtian intended to do, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Yi Ting flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. When Duan Lingtian had easily received Yi Hui's palm strike, Yi Xian was stunned, because she didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Her second uncle was an expert at the profound void stage. Even in the entire Drift Cloud town, he could be considered a top-notch existence. Before she could regain her senses, Yi Xian's expression changed once again. Because she saw her father pounce towards Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but worry about Duan Lingtian, because her father's strength was even greater than her second uncle's. Boom! Yi Ting's speed was very fast, but Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster. His other hand swept out, and under Yi Hui's panicked gaze, it fiercely landed on his dantian. In an instant, Yi Hui's dantian was shattered, and a vast amount of origin energy completely leaked out. Whoa! With his cultivation crippled, the blood in Yi Hui's body surged, and he could no longer hold back the clotted blood in his mouth, and he spat it out in large mouthfuls. You're courting death. Yi Ting had finally arrived, and he who had a spirit sword in his hand shouted out explosively as he struck out with his sword like a bolt of lightning towards Duan Lingtian, who had his back towards him, aiming directly for Duan Lingtian's vital point. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike and take revenge for his younger brother that had his cultivation crippled. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sword whistle pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums in the blink of an eye, causing Duan Lingtian's brows to raise. Whirlwind! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian easily dodged Yi Ting's sword, and he stood far away as he stared coldly at Yi Ting. Yi Ting was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he similarly didn't take Yi Ting seriously. But when he thought about how Yi Ting was Xiao Xian's father, Duan Lingtian didn't make a move against him, and it could be considered to be giving face to Xiao Xian, and he really felt heartache for this kind-hearted girl. Big brother, help me take revenge. Help me take revenge. Yi Hui, whose cultivation had been crippled, held his dantian as he sat on the ground, and he didn't see the speed Duan Lingtian revealed as he roared in a low voice. Take revenge. A wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Yi Ting's mouth. How would he take revenge? The sword strike from before was his strongest sword strike, and it was also his fastest sword strike. It was just that sword strike that was close at hand and was about to succeed, yet it was easily dodged by Duan Lingtian. At that moment, only he knew clearly what he felt. Now, he could confirm one thing. Chapter 843. You. Who are you? Yi Ting looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bitter smile. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Yi Ting no longer dared to put on airs as the head of the Ye family. He knew that in front of a true expert, he, as the head of the Ye family, was no different from an ant. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be easy. He would not be afraid just because he was the head of the Ye family. I'm Xiao Xian's friend. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him quickly. Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he realized that Yi Ting did not make any moves against Duan Lingtian. Kill, kill, kill. All you know is to kill. If he wanted to kill your big brother would have died several times over. Yi Ting was already nervous. When he heard Yi Hui's words, he immediately reprimanded him impatiently. What? Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard Yi Ting's words. He was already in great pain after his dantian was destroyed. Now that he was frightened, he fainted. Elder brother Duan. Yi Xian regained her senses. She realized that the purple-clothed youth she had saved was far more powerful than her second uncle and her father. In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed her second uncle's dantian. Then, at the critical moment, he had easily dodged her father's furious attack. Even her grandfather, the former head of the Ye family, could not compare to him. Xiao Xian, don't worry. I will help you solve your problem. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yi Xian and gave her a reassuring look. Yi Xian's heart warmed. Then, she looked at Yi Ting with a trace of pain in her eyes. Finally, she said, Elder brother Duan, can you let my father go? Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. You don't think that big brother is a cold-blooded demon, do you? When Yi Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but smile. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yi Ting as he sneered. Ye family head, did you see that just now? Even if you want to sacrifice Xiao Xian, when you are in danger, she will be the first to stand up and plead for you. She won't ignore your life and death just because you want to sacrifice her. In her heart, you are her father, the father who gave birth to her and raised her. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a resolute manner. Yi Ting smiled bitterly, then put away his sword and sighed. Do you really think I want to sacrifice Xiao Xian? If there was any other way, even if I had to die, I wouldn't let Xiao Xian marry that beast. Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned by Yi Ting's sudden change. The current Yi Ting and the Yi Ting from before were like two different people. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Ting disdainfully. Just now, didn't you keep talking about how good the Shen family's hedonistic young master is in front of Xiao Xian? Why are you changing your words now? I was forced by the situation. I just wanted to convince little Xian. Yi Ting sighed, then looked lovingly at Yi Xian and slowly walked over. Yi Ting reached out his hand and gently stroked Yi Xian's head. He said gently, Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Dad. Yi Xian hadn't seen her father so gentle in a long time. Her eyes reddened as she threw herself into Yi Ting's arms. What happened? Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian found out the ins and outs of the matter from Yi Ting's mouth. It turned out that the whole thing was caused by Yi Hui alone. Yi Hui secretly agreed to the Shen family's request for a marriage alliance. He agreed to betroth Yi Xian to the hedonistic young master of the Shen family. As a result, he used the Shen family's connections to gain a lot of personal benefits. When Yi Ting found out about this, he flew into a rage. He personally went to the Shen family and wanted to break off the engagement. But how could the Shen family be willing to do so? The Shen family spread word that if the Ye family didn't fulfill their promise, the Shun family would declare war on the Ye family and make the Ye family completely vanish from Driftcloud Town and become history. The strongest person in our Ye family is my father, who rarely leaves the house, but is only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. After this incident happened, what I was most worried about was my father finding out about it. Once he finds out, he'll surely kill second brother with his own hand. When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting glanced at Yi Hui, who'd fainted. Moreover, with my father's temper, he'll surely stop at nothing and fight the Shun family until the end for Xiao Xian. But once the matter develops to that extent, the Ye family will be finished. The Shun family is too strong. They have 2 martial artists at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage alone. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Shun family is even in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Our Ye family going against the Shun family is no different than striking a rock with an egg. Yi Ting closed his eyes with slight pain, and he continued after a short while. So, for the sake of the entire Ye family, I made a painful choice to unite with the Shun family by marriage and make Xiao Xian submit. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to destroy the relationship between Xiao Xian and I with my own hands, and I betrayed the promise I made to my late wife. Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. Father has let you down. As he finished speaking, Yi Ting's tears flowed down his face, and he had an apologetic expression. Father. Yi Xian tightly embraced her father as 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her face, and she muttered. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I always thought that you didn't love Xiao Xian anymore. Xiao Xian is in so much pain, really in so much pain. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pair of father and daughter before him. Looks like he'd misunderstood Yi Ting as well. Yi Ting was a good father, but at the same time, he was also the patriarch of the Yi family, and there were many things he had to consider. Ye family patriarch. When he saw Yi Ting and Yi Xian separate, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Yi Ting as he asked in a low voice. You said earlier that the strongest person in the Shun family is a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Yes. Yi Ting nodded, and at the same time, his eyes lit up. Brother Duan, could it be that you? Ye family patriarch, I'll make a trip to the Shun family with you. Duan Lingtian interrupted Yi Ting, and then he walked out of the Ye family audience hall with large strides. When he arrived before the entrance, he didn't forget to turn around and look at Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, elder brother Duan will solve this problem for you today. Elder brother Duan, are you really confident? Yi Xian had a worried expression as she said, I don't want anything to happen to you as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to feel at ease for my entire lifetime. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. He didn't take a family whose strongest person was only a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist seriously. It was fine if they were sensible, but if they weren't, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After walking out of the Ye family estate with Yi Ting, Duan Lingtian and Yi Ting walked side by side towards the Shun family estate. All along the way, he found out about some things in Driftcloud Town from Yi Ting. The Shun family was an absolute overlord in Driftcloud Town, and no family dared take the initiative to offend them. In Driftcloud Town, there were a total of 3 families like the Ye family, and all of them had to act according to the wishes of the Shun family. A portion of the profits from their respective businesses had to be handed over to the Shun family every month. What an overbearing Shun family! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered. It can't be helped. In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. The Shun family has 3 existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above, and they've already established their overlord status in Driftcloud Town. Yi Ting sighed. With those 3 experts at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above present, even if our 3 great families join forces, we're still not a match for the Shun family. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he deeply agreed with this. Even though the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage and the 4th level of the void interpretation stage were only a single level apart, it was a great gap, and the difference between the 2 was the strength of an entire 20 ancient horned dragons. Such a gap in strength was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. The Shun family estate was situated at the east of Driftcloud Town, and it occupied a vast area that was far from something the Ye family estate could compare to. As expected of the number 1 family in Drift Cloud Town, Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Shen family estate, and he looked down at the scenery beneath his feet. By his side, Yi Ting was slightly perturbed and uneasy, and he laughed bitterly. "Brother Duan, isn't this not too good? No matter what, the Shen family is the number 1 family in our Drift Cloud Town. Ye family's patriarch, do you think that the Shen family will readily agree to your Ye family's request to break off the engagement and disregard past enmity if you show sufficient etiquette today?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question instead. "Of course it's impossible." Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head. "If the Shen family finds out that our Ye family wants to break off the engagement, they'll surely act according to the threat they made to our Ye family that day and make a move against our Ye family. Then do you think there's a difference between us barging into the Shen family like this and showing sufficient etiquette and entering the Shen family from the main entrance?" Duan Lingtian asked. Yi Ting shook his head. "Then do you prefer the current situation, or do you prefer to show sufficient etiquette and enter the Shen family from the main entrance?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "The current situation." Yi Ting's eyes lit up. He seemed to have been enlightened by Duan Lingtian for a moment. He looked down at the Shen family's mansion below his feet and roared at the top of his lungs, "Members of the Shen family, listen up. Yi Ting of the Ye family is here to break off the engagement. How can the hedonistic son of the Shen family touch the precious daughter of the Ye family?" Yi Ting's voice contained elemental energy. When it was transmitted, it exploded above the Shen family's mansion like a clap of thunder. Unsurprisingly, it alarmed the entire Shen family. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He couldn't help but give Yi Ting a thumbs up. He said in a daze, "Head of the Ye family, it seems that I have underestimated you." He originally wanted to teach Yi Ting how to do this, but who knew that Yi Ting would do it without a teacher? Furthermore, he did it better than he expected. "It's the Ye family. The Ye family is here to break off the engagement." The entire Shen family's mansion was in an uproar because of Yi Ting's thunderous voice that contained elemental energy. Furthermore, Yi Ting's words were not only heard by the Shen family, but also by the people near the Shen family's mansion. What does the Ye family want to do? Is the Ye family trying to challenge the authority of the Shen family? I think the Ye family doesn't want to live anymore. Around the Shen family's mansion, many people flew into the air and approached the Shen family's mansion. They were all here to watch the show. "It's the head of the Ye family, Yi Ting." Soon, someone recognized Yi Ting, who was flying above the Shen family's mansion. "Who is the person beside Yi Ting?" Chapter 844. I knew it. That voice sounded like the patriarch of the Ye family. Who would have thought that it really was him? Logically speaking, the patriarch of the Ye family shouldn't be such an impulsive person. But why would he provoke the Shen family today? I really can't understand him. Maybe it's because of the purple-clad young man next to him? That purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be from the Ye family. I've never seen him before. How could a young man who looks around 25 years old be able to help the Ye family fight against the Shen family? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. More and more people gathered in the sky above the Shen family's mansion. They looked at Yi Ting and Duan Lingtian, who were not far away. At this moment, those who knew Yi Ting did not dare to go over and greet Yi Ting. They were all afraid that they would get into trouble. "Yi Ting, how dare you?" At this moment, the sky above the Shen family's mansion was filled with people. Within the Shen family's mansion, a man with a curly beard dressed in blue stepped into the air and spoke with a thunderous voice. After a while, the curly-bearded man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Yi Ting. He looked coldly at Yi Ting and said, "Yi Ting, I think you really don't want to live anymore. It's the third elder of the Shen family, Shen Lei. It's said that Shen Lei is not only powerful, but he also has an extremely violent temper. He often kills people because of a disagreement. He's an out-and-out boorish man. Boorish men are not scary. The scariest thing is a boorish man who possesses strength that ordinary people can't reach." Soon after, someone recognized the curly-bearded man. For a moment, The onlookers were curious about how Yi Ting would deal with Shen Lei. Under the numerous gazes of anticipation, Yi Ting didn't even spare a glance at Shen Lei, and he didn't even intend to look at him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, he's called Shen Lei, and he's the third elder of the Shen family. His cultivation is similar to mine, and is also at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect that a random person from the Shen family would be as powerful as Yi Ting, the head of the Ye family. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the Shen family was the #1 family in Driftcloud Town. This foundation was enough to put the other 3 families, including the Ye family, to shame. Yi Ting, looks like you've really eaten the guts of a leopard today. Shen Lei, who was disregarded by Yi Ting, tugged on the curly beard on his face due to his rage. His large eyes instantly stared wide open as he shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Yi Ting. Just a slight disagreement and he attacked. This was the Shen family's third elder, Shen Lei. For a moment, the surrounding onlookers sighed with emotion. I've heard of the Shen family's third elder's reputation since long ago. Now that I've seen it for myself, his temper is really as violent as the rumors say. Yi Ting, your grandpa Shen will let you know the consequences of provoking our Shen family today. Halfway through his dash, Shen Lei raised his hand and a large saber appeared in his hand. Subsequently, strands of violet lightning appeared and coiled around the large saber. The lightning saber struck out and pointed directly at Yi Ting, and it descended mercilessly towards Yi Ting. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. 77 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed out abruptly with an aggressive aura. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate lightning concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. This was Shen Lei's entire strength. On the other hand, Yi Ting, who was enveloped by the lightning saber, instead stood on the spot without the slightest movement, and his expression remained unchanged and seemed to be exceedingly calm. Could it be that Yi Ting has been scared silly? The surrounding onlookers were dumbstruck. In next to no time, they realized that Yi Ting wasn't scared silly, and it was instead because he knew that he would be fine. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man that stood by Yi Ting's side was already standing between Yi Ting and Shen Lei, and his speed was so swift that no one present saw it clearly. Subsequently, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Shen Lei's lightning saber with his bare hands, causing the surrounding onlookers to be dumbstruck once more. Only a single thought remained in their hearts. Has this young man gone mad? In next to no time, they realized that this young man wasn't mad, and they were thinking too much. Slap. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and actually really caught Shen Lei's saber strike that carried the might of lightning, and even Shen Lei himself was dumbstruck. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone saw that after the violet-clothed young man tossed the grade 4 spirit saber in Shen Lei's hand to the side, his palm descended onto Shen Lei and blasted Shen Lei flying. Shen Lei flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and his countenance that had become ghastly pale couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the way, and he flew for a while before standing still in a sorry state. Who are you? Shen Lei couldn't help but gasp, and he revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky before dispersing. The violet-clothed young man before him had given him too great of a shock. Although he was unable to see the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when the violet-clothed young man attacked, based on the violet-clothed young man's ability to catch a saber strike that he struck out with full force with his bare hands, the violet-clothed young man was at least in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. I'm Yi Xian's big brother. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when faced with Shen Lei's question. Yi Xian. Shen Lei frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something and came to a sudden understanding. I remember now, Yi Xian is Yi Ting's daughter, and she's also the marriage partner between the Ye family and our Shen family. But, when did the Ye family have someone like you? Shen Lei asked in a low voice. I'm not a member of the Ye family. Duan Lingtian said, I came to the Shen family this time only to help Yi Xian break off the engagement. Your Shen family agrees to break off the engagement and promise not to vent your anger on the Ye family, and everyone will be happy. Otherwise what? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by a loud and dignified voice. Subsequently, a sturdy figure soared into the sky and arrived beside Shen Lei. Third Elder, are you all right? Clan leader. When he saw the person who had arrived, even someone as hot-tempered as Shen Lei bowed respectfully. But this young man isn't simple. He's at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage since he's able to receive my full force attack with his bare hand. Duan Lingtian examined the person who interrupted him. It was a sturdy middle-aged man, and his body faintly revealed the aura of a superior. Coupled with the way Shen Lei greeted him, his identity was obvious. It was the Shen family's clan leader, Shen Dong. Duan Lingtian learned from Yi Ting that Shen Dong was one of the 2 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists in the Shen family on the way to the Shen family's mansion after leaving the Ye family's mansion. He received your full force attack with his bare hands. Shen Dong's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had just arrived, so he did not see the scene when Duan Lingtian received Shen Lei's blade with his bare hands. Although he knew he could also receive Shen Lei's full force attack with his bare hands, it would be a little difficult for him. May I know where you're from, little brother? Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a hint of dread. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man before him must have an extraordinary background since he already had a cultivation base at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. He might even be someone from one of the major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. You might not know my background even if I tell you, so I won't say it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Even if he said he was from the Dark Han dynasty, there would probably be no one in Driftcloud Town that would know. Little brother really wants to stand up for the Ye family? Shen Dong frowned and asked with a low voice. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little brother, do you know that if our Shen family were to back down after what you did today, we might become the laughingstock of the entire Driftcloud Town? Our Shen family can't afford to lose face like this, Shen Dong said. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded once more and said indifferently, but if someone defeats the 3 strongest members of your Shen family, then even if your Shen family backs down today, no one would laugh at you. Looks like little brother is extremely confident of your strength. Shen Dong started laughing from extreme anger. You're too kind. Duan Lingtian replied without going red in the slightest. Since it's like this, then I, Shen Dong, will properly experience little brother's ability today. If you're able to defeat me, then I'll ask our Shen family's supreme elder to battle you. If you're able to defeat him, then the engagement between the Shen family and Ye family will be cancelled, and the Shen family won't look for trouble with the Ye family in the future. Chen Dong spoke in a magnanimous manner. Since Jinarch Shen is so straightforward, then I'll experience it. Duan Lingtian smiled. He never imagined that Shen Dong would be so straightforward, and for a time, he had a rather good impression of Shen Dong. As expected of the patriarch of the number 1 clan in Driftcloud Town, the Shen family. Little brother, please. Shen Dong nodded, and then he raised his hand, causing a 7-foot-long spear to appear in his hand. Instantly, origin energy coiled around the body of the spear before transforming into strands of grey and hazy energy. Spear concept. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked, as it was the first time he'd seen someone that had comprehended intermediate spear concept. Spear concept belonged to an unorthodox concept, and it was much more difficult to comprehend than ordinary concepts. Whoosh! In the sky above Shen Dong, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the end. 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and they were lifelike as they accumulated force while waiting to attack. 4th level of the void interpretation stage. 4th level intermediate spear concept. Grade 3 spirit spear. Jinarch Shun, you're the first person I've seen that has comprehended spear concept to such a level. Not to mention anything else, just this alone is enough for me to admire you. Duan Lingtian spoke with a sincere expression. Ha ha, Shendong stood ramrod straight with his spear in hand, and he laughed heartily. Being able to be praised by such an outstanding young expert like little brother, I, Shendong, can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right when Duan Lingtian and Shendong were in confrontation, numerous figures soared into the sky from within the Shen clan estate to converge with Shen Lei. It was precisely the group of Shen clan elders and Shen clan disciples. In next to no time, they found out about everything that had occurred earlier from Shen Lei, and they couldn't help but be moved. Numerous gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. It was this young man that looked to be around the age of 25 that barehandedly received the full force slash of their Shen clan's third elder, Shen Lei. Chapter 845. It's this kid who wants to help the Ye family break off the engagement. A young man in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Lingtian, who was confronting Shendong with a gloomy expression, and asked in a deep voice, "Is he even worthy of fighting my father?" This young man in embroidered clothes was precisely the man of the engagement between the Shen family and the Ye family. He was the Shen family's second young master, Shenan's second young master. You mustn't underestimate him. Shen Lei frowned. He had never liked this good-for-nothing rich kid, Shenan, but when he heard Shenan looking down on Duan Lingtian in his words, he felt slightly uncomfortable. After all, even he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Wasn't Shenan belittling him by saying this? "Third elder, I think you're old and useless." Shenan glanced at Shen Lei and mocked. His words were without the slightest fear of this Shen family's third elder, who was famous for his bad temper. Shen Lei's face sank, but he could not do anything to Shenan. In this lifetime, he had always done things his own way and was indifferent to life and death. Even if it was the Shen family's supreme elder who was in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, he was similarly not afraid. However, because he owed the patriarch of the Shen family, Shendong, his life when he was young, it caused him to completely lose his temper before Shendong and even Shendong's relatives. Shenan, the Shen family's second young master, was Shendong's youngest son. Out of consideration for Chen Dong saving his life all those years ago, he would never lose his temper before Chen and the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the phenomenon of heaven and earth above Shendong's head. Unknowingly, a sword had already appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a terrifying aura. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Next, with a command in his heart, the origin energy and second-level intermediate wind concept in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared at almost the exact same moment before fusing into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as if it was crushing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Whoosh! In the next moment, 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword activated the heaven and earth energy. Under Duan Lingtian's deliberate control, all of the ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared at the same time. For this reason, nobody noticed anything unusual. Nobody noticed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand and 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head as he confronted Shendong, who stood with his spear horizontally, and 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. Even though Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Shendong in an instant by relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. But Shendong's magnanimity from before caused Duan Lingtian to have a rather good impression of him. So he decided to use this method to battle Shendong and display his respect to Shendong. Even though it would be slightly difficult to obtain victory like this, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it. Moreover, using a strength that was similar to Shendong to battle Duan Lingtian could temper him to a certain extent. Unless Shendong utilizes other concepts. Otherwise, I'll at most utilize first-level elementary sword concept to execute the 9 dragons radiant flash, and I'll absolutely not utilize lightning concept or earth concept. Once first-level elementary sword concept was utilized, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. In this way, when Duan Lingtian attacked, it would similarly be comparable to the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons, and it was comparable to Shendong. Even if Shandong was slightly superior, he would only possess the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths more. That bit of difference could be completely disregarded. Fight. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand faintly emitted strands of fierce aura. At the same time, an ancient horned dragon silhouette silently appeared in an inconspicuous corner in the sky above him. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Little brother, you're young and capable. Shandong admires you. Today, no matter the outcome, Shandong wants to invite you to my Shan family for a drink. Shandong, who stood with his spear horizontally, spoke in a clear voice, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. Thank you, Monarch Shan. Duan Lingtian, who stood with his sword in hand, smiled as he nodded. Monarch Shan is really magnanimous. Duan Lingtian has already come to provoke him, yet he actually still wants to invite Duan Lingtian to drink. As expected of the patriarch of the Shan family. With such magnanimity, it's no wonder that the Shan family is the #1 clan in our Driftcloud town. The #1 clan in Driftcloud town. Merely this magnanimity of Monarch Shan's is worthy of his reputation. The surrounding crowd of spectators nodded successively, and their words were filled with admiration towards Shandong. Little brother, watch out. Suddenly, Shandong shouted out explosively. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd already dashed out with a speed so swift that only numerous clearly visible afterimages were left behind. Swoosh! A wave of terrifying piercing howls sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Shandong who'd instantly arrived before Duan Lingtian and abruptly swung out the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Bang! 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 Everywhere the long spear passed, it was like a WM leaving its cave, and it gave rise to a wave of deafening explosions. Everywhere the dragon head passed, it even fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was completely unleashed. 9 dragons radiant flash. At the instant Shandong finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already moved. He didn't choose to dodge because it was impossible for his speed to be faster than the spear in Shandong's hand. It was even to the extent that even if Shandong utilized his movement technique, it was still far from something he could compare to. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him now mainly relied on the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and even though his cultivation was similar to Shandong and was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage as well. But his comprehension of concept was far inferior to Shandong. The speed of his movement technique relied on origin energy and concept. Due to the gap in their concepts, the speed he revealed when he executed his movement technique was bound to be far inferior to Shandong. Under this circumstance, he could only utilize his advantage. Quasi-royal grade spirit sword. 9 dragons radiant flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and stabbed out with his sword. A vast and enormous force gushed out from the sword and finally transformed into 3 divine dragons. 2 completely material divine dragons, and 1 divine dragon that looked extremely illusory. In an instant, the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons flashed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7-foot-long spear that Shandong pierced towards him had actually instantly slowed down, and this caused his heart to jerk. Could it be that Shandong noticed something? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 extreme flashes shot out from the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons, and their target was Shandong. Their speed was so swift that it was shocking. Whoosh. At the critical moment, Shandong seemed to be able to predict the future. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook, and the tip of the spear flashed like a meteor. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 7-foot-long spear that contained the spear concept that seemed to be able to penetrate everything consecutively stabbed out 5 times in an extremely short period of time. Although the speed of these 5 spears was not as fast as the extreme flashes, they were still a step ahead and pierced towards the space that the extreme flashes were about to pass through. When the first spear stabbed into the space, it just so happened that the first extreme flashes just happened to pass by and collided with it, shattering it. The second spear shattered the second extreme flashes. The third spear, the third flashes. The fourth spear, the fourth flashes. The 5th spear, There was no longer any extreme flashes that could shatter it. Whoosh! It was like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, causing the airflow in the air to ripple like the surface of a lake, forming circles of ripples. What a powerful martial skill! Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and stood still after his attack failed. He looked at Shendong, who was standing proudly in the distance, with a look of surprise on his face. Of course, the powerful martial skill was one thing. The most important thing was Shendong's reaction speed. Although Shendong's martial skill was strong, it was still inferior to his 9 Dragons' radiant flash by quite a bit. The reason why he was able to block the 4 extreme flashes of light shot out by the 9 Dragons' radiant flash was because of Shendong's terrifying reaction speed. 5 consecutive spears, the first 4 spears had shattered his 4 extreme flashes. Although the 5th spear missed, it was because there was nothing that could break it. Duan Lingtian believed that even if there were 5 extreme flashes at that time, it would be difficult for them to escape Shendong's 5th spear. It's the Shen family's 10-level martial skill, 9 thunderbolt strikes. Soon, some of the onlookers could not help but exclaim. It is said that once the Shen family's 9 thunderbolt strikes is cultivated to the perfection realm, one can strike 9 times in an instant, 9 consecutive strike. I also heard that in this 9 thunderbolt strikes, the first thunderbolt strike can only be regarded as a beginner, the 3 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a small success, the 5 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success, and the 9 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success. So, Gene Arch Shen's 9 thunderbolt strikes has been cultivated to the great success realm. The onlookers were discussing animatedly. They were surprised by Shendong's attainments in the 9 thunderbolt strikes. 10-level martial skills were powerful, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Everyone was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate to the mastery stage, and it was precisely because of this that they sincerely admired Chen Dong in their hearts. Humph! Look at his attack, it seems that it is not bad. But in the end, wasn't it easily resolved by my father? What a waste! Chenan looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shun Lei, who was beside him, twitched the corner of his mouth. Waste! This good-for-nothing dared to call that talented young man a waste. If Shunan was not Shendong's son, Shun Lei would have scolded him. Second young master, you called him a waste. Do you think you can beat him? Suddenly, an aged figure appeared silently by Chenan's side, and it was only when he spoke that Chen An and the other members of the Chen clan were jolted awake. Grand Supreme Elder. Looking at the old man with white hair and white eyebrows, the Shun family members bowed respectfully. Grand Supreme Elder. When Shunan saw the old man, his expression changed slightly. He quickly bowed his head. Seeing this, Shun Lei could not help but laugh. In such a large family, apart from clan leader Shendong and the eldest young master who had joined a powerful force, only the Grand Supreme Elder could control the second young master. Second young master, you haven't answered me. Do you think you can beat him? The Grand Supreme Elder asked Shunan again. His old face was very serious. Shunan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was not a brainless person. That young man in purple who looked to be about the same age as him was obviously an expert on the same level as his father. Chapter 846. Second young master, what right do you have to call him trash? You just admitted that you're not as good as him. Doesn't that mean you think you're worse than trash? The Great Supreme Elder did not let him off easily and said word by word. Great Supreme Elder, it's my fault. Shunan took a deep breath and lowered his head. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man in purple who was confronting his father, Shendong. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not dare to hate the Great Supreme Elder of the Shun family, so he could only vent all his dissatisfaction on Duan Lingtian. The Great Supreme Elder snorted and then looked at the young man in purple in the distance. His eyes were very serious. Little brother, your strength is admirable. Although Shendong blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, he was not complacent at all. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere face. May I ask what's your name, little brother? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian held the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand tightly and looked at Shen Dong with a slightly serious face. In terms of speed, even though Chen Dong's 9 thunderstrikes was far inferior to the extreme inch of light shot out by his 9 dragons' radiant flash, but with Chen Dong's terrifying insight, it was still able to block his extreme inch of light. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's palms were sweating. He had not felt this way for a long time. This feeling of not being sure whether he would win or lose. However, this feeling had completely stirred up the blood in Duan Lingtian's body that had been silent for a long time. Then, it gradually began to boil. Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, Lingtian, Ling Yutian, good name, Shen Dong praised. Then, the 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook again. His eyes instantly became fierce. Brother Lingtian, let's go again. Okay. Duan Lingtian answered straightforwardly. He held the 3-foot-long spear in his hand tightly and stared straight at Shen Dong. The wind blew. Fight. Shen Dong moved. It was as if he had turned into a gust of wind and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, who had no intention of moving. He shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand and quickly swept toward Duan Lingtian. 9 thunder strikes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Even though Chen Dong and Duan Lingtian appreciated each other, his successive 5 spear strikes had struck out at practically the exact same time, and they were aimed directly at the 5 vital points on Duan Lingtian's body without holding back in the slightest. Perhaps, it was precisely because he appreciated Duan Lingtian's talent that he went all out. This was also because he had to respect to Duan Lord. Come by the way. Duan Lingtian's was by Duan Masters Duan by Duans by Duns by Duans S by Duan by Duan Dun have by sword Duans by Duan do by Duan by Dun. Whoosh. Just a single sword slashed through the sky, and it carried the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons as it blocked the successive 5 spear lights of Shen Dong and shattered them one by one. What a fast sword. Shen Dong's pupils shrank. His figure flashed as he hurriedly retreated. He could tell that the sword skill Duan Lingtian had just displayed was an extremely low-level sword skill. It might not even have reached the earth level. However, it was this kind of sword skill that could achieve miraculous results in close combat. Even many heaven-rank martial skills might not be as fast as it in close combat. Ha ha! Jinart Shen, come again. Duan Lingtian laughed heartily and called out to Shen Dong. Then, he and Shen Dong started fighting again. Sword drawing technique. 9 dragons radiant flash. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have been bestowed with life by him. Every time it flashed out, it was as if it was assisted by the gods as it collided with the grade 3 spirit spear in Shen Dong's hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shen Dong's spear was like an enraged dragon leaving its lair. Combined with the 9 thunderstrikes, its might was formidable. The 5 consecutive spear strikes coupled with his powerful observation ability allowed him to be in an invincible position in the battle with Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian's sword was like a gentle breeze as he used the 9 dragons' radiant flash and the sword drawing technique. Of course, if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't use the sword drawing technique. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian noticed that his comprehension of the 9 dragons' radiant flash was gradually deepening, and he sought a breakthrough in the intense battle. Duan Lingtian wielded his sword, while Shen Dong wielded his spear. The battle between the two of them lasted for half an hour, and the onlookers were dazzled by the battle. Where did this young man come from? He's actually able to fight to a draw with Jinart Shen. It seems like he's someone the Ye family found. This time, they're here to break off the engagement with the Shen family. However, based on the current situation, I'm afraid they won't be able to break off the engagement. The Ye family is done for. The onlookers let out a sigh. In their opinion, since the backer the Ye family found couldn't do anything to the head of the Shen family, it was impossible for him to do anything to the most powerful Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family. This time, the Ye family came to break off the engagement, and it would definitely end in a tragedy. Moreover, the Ye family would most likely have to face the wrath of the Shen family. After all, The Ye family had humiliated the Shen family this time. Brother Duan, in the distance, Yi Ting's face alternated between green and white. He clenched his fists tightly, and his mind was tense. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the purple figure in the distance. The sighs that came to his ears caused Yi Ting's heart to be in a mess. He suddenly felt that he might have made the wrong bet. Swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling, which was even more ear-piercing than before, interrupted Yi Ting's thoughts and attracted Yi Ting's attention. Then, Yi Ting saw something that shocked him. The young man in purple in the distance drew his sword again, and 3 divine dragons appeared. This time, the eyes of the 3 divine dragons shot out extreme rays of light. A total of 6 extreme rays of light pierced through the air. They were so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't catch them at all. 9 thunderbolt strikes. In the face of Duan Lingtian's 9 dragons' radiant flash, Shen Dong instantly drew out his spear. 5 consecutive strikes of his spear shattered the 5 extreme rays of light. However, he didn't rejoice because of this. Looking at the 6th extreme ray of light that swept over in an instant, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Am I going to lose in the end? As he sighed in his heart, Shen Dong felt the 7-foot-long spear in his hand vibrate, and the vibration cracked the web between his thumb and index finger. He couldn't help but let go of the long spear in his hand. You won. Shen Dong grabbed the long spear with his other hand and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. He then asked, I really didn't expect that you would raise your martial arts technique to a new level. It was because Duan Lingtian had raised his martial arts technique to a new level and displayed 6 extreme rays of light that he was defeated in one move. He was very clear about this point in his heart. But he was sincerely convinced. Thank you for letting me win. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and casually put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. The 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head instantly disappeared. Genarch Shun was defeated. This young man actually defeated Genarch Shun? It seems like he had a breakthrough in his martial arts technique, and that's why he defeated Genarch Shun in one move. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's victory shocked the spectators, including the Shen family's elders and Shen family's disciples. Impossible. How could father lose to him? Shunan kept shaking his head. He was in a daze and was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. Soon after, Shunan seemed to have recalled something and returned to his senses. He snorted coldly. So what if he defeated my father? My father's strength is inferior to the Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, this fellow helped the Ye family to provoke our Shen family. You must teach him a lesson. Shunan looked at the white-haired and white-browed old man nearby. He was the Shen family's Supreme Elder and said flatteringly, The Shen family's Supreme Elder snorted coldly. It was unknown if he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Shun An or Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance. The Shen family's clan leader has been defeated. According to the agreement between the Shen family's clan leader and Duan Lingtian, the Shen family's Supreme Elder will make a move. The Shen family's clan leader ought to go invite the Shen family's Supreme Elder now. Although that Duan Lingtian defeated the Shen family's clan leader, it was extremely difficult. The Shen family's Supreme Elder is in existence at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and his strength far surpasses the Shen family's clan leader. It's impossible for this Duan Lingtian to be a match for him. The Ye family will be unable to escape calamity in the end. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Brother Lingtian, so long as you're able to defeat our Shen family's Supreme Elder, I'll keep my promise. But I have to remind you that the strength of our Shen family's Supreme Elder is far stronger than me. If he exerts his full strength, it's sufficient to defeat me in a single move. Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a serious expression. Genarch Shun, since I've decided to help the Ye family, I'll naturally help them until the end. Ask your Shen family's Supreme Elder to come out. Duan Lingtian was magnanimous as he stood there proudly and fearlessly. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Shen Dong shook his head and sighed, yet he didn't say anything. He turned around to look at the white-haired and white-browed old man that stood at the front of the Shen family and said respectfully, Supreme Elder, about today's matter, I roughly already know the sequence of events for today's matter. Since someone came to slap our Shen family's face, then our Shen family naturally can't be a coward. The old man interrupted Shendong and instantly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. Senior, you're the Shen family's supreme elder? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted slightly, as if he was shocked by the old man's speed. Exactly. The old man nodded. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were surprised. He's the Shen family's supreme elder? I saw him standing on the Shen family's side since long ago, but I never imagined that he's the Shen family's supreme elder. With the speed Senior revealed earlier. If I'm not wrong, Senior ought to have already broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage now, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the old man and asked bluntly. 6th level of the void interpretation stage. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent, and the gazes of everyone descended onto the white-haired and white-browed old man in unison. Little fellow, your eyesight isn't bad. The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise, and his words obviously confirmed Duan Lingtian's words. For a time, the surroundings were in an uproar. The Shen family's supreme elder has broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. The number 1 expert of Drift Cloud Town really deserves his reputation. Chapter 847. 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Yi Ting stood at the side. At this moment, he seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere. At the same time, his face was completely gloomy. The Ye family is finished. Yi Ting's eyes were filled with sadness as he muttered to himself, I, Yi Ting, have let down the ancestors of the Ye family. Senior, can we begin? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man with a calm expression and asked. Me. You know that our supreme elder is a 6th level void interpretation stage powerhouse, yet you still dare to make a move? You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Shunan looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and mocked. Duan Lingtian glanced at Shun indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the old man. Little fellow, your cultivation has already broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. Your innate talent is really rare. As long as you promise not to interfere in the matters of the Ye family, my Shen family will let bygones be bygones and even treat you as an honored guest. How about it? The old man asked with a calm tone. His tone was filled with the intention of cherishing talent. The old man's words shocked the surrounding crowd to the point they were in an uproar. Never had they imagined that the supreme elder of the Shen family would actually value Duan Lingtian so much. However, with a quick thought, they came to an understanding. Duan Lingtian's innate talent was indeed worthy of being valued by anyone. Senior, I'm used to seeing things through to the end. Duan Lingtian tactfully declined the old man's good intentions. Since it's like this, then accompany this old man to loosen up my bones. I haven't fought for many years. The old man twisted his neck, and the origin energy on his body rose up and caused the heaven and earth energy to surge. In a short moment, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the sky, 80 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! Soon, the milky white origin energy on the old man's body changed and instantly transformed into a fiery red ocean that enveloped the old man. Raging flames shot up into the sky. In the sky, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed as another 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 5th level intermediate concept of fire. At some point in time, a giant hammer appeared in the old man's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the giant hammer was submerged in the sea of fire and burned brightly. Whoosh! Another 55 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification effect of the giant hammer that was a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was ready to be unleashed. When the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Duan Lingtian, there was a total of 44 ancient horned dragons' strength. They were not on the same level at all. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian's defeat was a foregone conclusion. This was also the thought in the hearts of the onlookers. It's over, it's over. Yi Ting looked at the scene in front of him and was completely disheartened. If not for the many pairs of eyes watching him, he would have secretly run away. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would probably be defeated in a single move when encountering the supreme elder of the Shen family. When Duan Lingtian was defeated, it would be the time when the Ye family was doomed. Senior, please. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood with his hands behind his back. Not only did he not circulate his origin energy and concept to accumulate strength, he did not even take out his spirit weapon. Little fellow, looks like you don't take this old fellow seriously. Today, let this old fellow teach you proper manners. When he saw Duan Lingtian acting so casually, the old man naturally believed that Duan Lingtian was looking down on him. He instantly shouted in a low voice and moved, his figure vanishing into the air. Of course, he did not truly vanish, but his speed was too fast. It was so fast that most of the people present could not catch a trace of the old man's figure. Although most people could not catch a trace of the old man's figure, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not. Besides the old man, Duan Lingtian and the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, had the highest cultivation. Although the old man's speed was fast, they could still clearly catch a glimpse of it. Thousand illusions. Without any hesitation, a dim light flickered in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed his exclusive soul skill. His spiritual force swept out through the soul brand to construct an illusory space that enveloped down with Duan Lingtian at the center. All of this was naturally invisible to the onlookers. The surrounding crowd only saw the supreme elder of the Shen family appear in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye and raise the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head. Looks like Duan Lingtian has given up on resisting. He's courting death. The surrounding crowd shook their heads. When they saw that Duan Lingtian had not utilized his origin energy or concept until now, they only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. However, in the next moment, their pupils could not help but constrict. They were shocked to see that after the supreme elder of the Shen family raised the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head, he actually did not smash it down towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The supreme elder of the Shen family's enormous hammer did descend, but it smashed towards the space not far away from Duan Lingtian. The hammer that contained the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons shook the air to the point the airflow in the air swiftly compressed together. Bang! Finally, the airflow exploded, and a deafening sound of air exploding resounded out. Some of the surrounding people with comparatively lower cultivations were shaken by this sound of air exploding to the point they bled from all 7 apertures and could not help but let out shrill cries. Along with the sound of air exploding out, a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions and set off a wave of scorching heat. The clothes of some people that were closer to the explosion even started to burn. My clothes are on fire. Who has comprehended water concept? Help me put out the fire quickly. My legs have been burned to the point I can't feel them. It's almost reaching my family jewels. Ah! Help! Help! For a time, the surrounding people whose clothes were on fire screamed out shrilly. Whoosh! Before the crowd could even react, the enormous hammer in the hand of the Shen family's supreme elder descended once again. This time, he turned around and smashed towards the space on the other side. Run quickly! The supreme elder of the Shen family has gone mad. Run quickly! Instantly, the surrounding people fled one after another, leaving behind a large empty space for a time. Bang! The enormous hammer smashed into the space and set off a terrifying sound of air exploding once again. It shook many people to the point they bled from all 7 apertures. At the same time, it set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The wave of air contained the scorching aura of flames, causing the surrounding people to feel extremely hot. Many people were so hot that they were sweating profusely. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the supreme elder of the Shen family as if nothing had happened. The sound of air exploding and the heat wave had no effect on him at all. Bang! 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 The supreme elder of the Shen family continued to smash his hammer, causing the surrounding people to retreat one after another. They did not dare to approach him. The remaining people who were relatively close to him were a group of martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above. The patriarch of the Shun family, Shun Dong, was among them. Shun Dong had been stunned for a long time. He only managed to regain his senses at this moment. Looking at the Supreme Elder who was still madly smashing the enormous hammer in his hand in the air, he hurriedly reminded him, "Supreme Elder, wake up." Unfortunately, no matter what method he used, he was unable to make the Grand Elder of the Chen family regain his senses. What's wrong with the Supreme Elder? Everyone from the Shun family was dumbstruck, and they did not know what had happened. Damn it! Since when did the Grand Supreme Elder suffer from the illness of losing his mind? That Duan Lingtian is really lucky and just happened to encounter the Supreme Elder losing his mind. Otherwise, he would surely be dead this time. Shunan spoke with a gloomy expression. Impossible. The Supreme Elder absolutely did not lose his mind. I think that the reason the Supreme Elder is like this is because of that Duan Lingtian. Shun Lei stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he spoke of his own judgment. How could this be possible? Shunan did not believe it, and he sneered. Third Elder, I admit that your strength is extremely strong, but only brute force is useless. That Duan Lingtian is merely at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. How could he make the Supreme Elder, who is at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, like this? Although I don't know how he did it, but could it be that you don't think it's strange? Shun Lei spoke in a low voice. Earlier, even when he discerned that the Supreme Elder was a 6th level void interpretation stage expert, that Duan Lingtian did not have any terrified or fearful expression, and he instead seemed to be extremely confident and composed. Besides that, even when the Supreme Elder revealed his strength and utilized all his ability to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form 195 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, that Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. Not only did he not withdraw his spirit weapon, he even did not utilize his origin energy or concept. At that time, my thoughts were the same as yours and the thoughts of everyone present. We only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. But now it would seem that he was absolutely not courting death, and he had a way to deal with the Supreme Elder. Just like now, he's standing not far from the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder doesn't seem to be able to see him. Instead, he's attacking the air. What does this mean? It means that all of this was done by him. After Shun Lei finished speaking, it caused Shunan to go silent as well. Everyone in the Shun family nodded in succession, and they all felt that what Shun Lei said was reasonable. At the same time, their hearts were filled with surprise. Never had they imagined that their Shun family's 3rd elder, who had always been known for his rough and violent temper, would actually have such a meticulous side to him. Shun Lei's judgment quickly entered into the ears of the others, and it caused them to nod in succession. Looks like the Ye family really came prepared this time. I truly never imagined that the young man invited by the Ye family would be so terrifying. Not only did he defeat the Shun family's patriarch in a head-on battle, he even relied on unfathomable methods to make the Shun family's Supreme Elder seem as if he'd gone mad. The Ye family is going to be in the limelight this time. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Many people who were familiar with Yi Ting even flew towards the stunned Yi Ting and greeted him warmly. Haha. Patriarch of the Ye family, long time no see. Patriarch of the Ye family, you should still remember me, right? I'm old Wang, and we even had a meal together half a month ago. Patriarch of the Ye family. Chapter 848. Naturally, he knew these people. Not long after he and Duan Lingtian had arrived in the sky above the Shun family's mansion and shouted out those provocative words to the Shun family, he had noticed these people mixed in with the crowd of onlookers. At that time, he had clearly seen the gazes of these people when they looked at him. It was a gaze that could not wait to sever all ties with him and was deeply afraid of getting into trouble. In fact, before this moment, none of these people who used to call him brothers had even taken the initiative to greet him. Even if it was just a single sound transmission. Now, Duan Lingtian had the Shun family's Grand Elder, the most powerful person in the Shun family, in the palm of his hand. Seeing that the Ye family had gained power, these people could not wait to come forward. For a moment, Yi Ting felt his heart turn as cold as ice. Of course, Yi Ting did not ignore these people because these people were more or less related to the Ye family. His Ye family still had many things to rely on them. Patriarch of the Ye family, who is that? A group of people surrounded Yi Ting and sized up the purple-clothed young man from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect as they asked Yi Ting curiously. After all, this purple-clothed young man had come with Yi Ting to stand up for the Ye family. He is my daughter's friend, Yi Ting said with a smile. Now, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Earlier, when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength could not possibly defeat the Shen family's Grand Elder, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was no longer as high-spirited as he was when he first arrived. However, just when he was completely disheartened and felt that the Ye family was about to be destroyed, Duan Lingtian made such a move for him. For a moment, his heart that had fallen from heaven to hell had once again soared from hell to heaven. He knew that his daughter was saved. The Ye family was saved. Is he a friend of your daughter? Immediately, the eyes of the people around Yi Ting lit up. Some of them even asked ambiguously, head of the Ye family, is it possible between him and your daughter? If your Ye family can get such a good son-in-law, you can completely override the Shen family and become the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town. When Yi Ting heard this, he looked at the purple-clothed youth standing proudly in the distance and smiled bitterly. He could see that his daughter had a good opinion of this handsome and outstanding young man. Judging from his daughter's opinion alone, it was entirely possible for them to develop a relationship. But the problem was, the other party had no intention of doing that at all. He was an experienced person, so he could naturally see that this young man's love for his daughter came from the love of an older brother to his younger sister. There was nothing else in it. I'm afraid that he won't take a fancy to my daughter. Yi Ting sighed. He knew that for a proud son of heaven like Duan Lingtian, his daughter was destined to be just a passerby in his life. When they heard Yi Ting's words, the surrounding people were not surprised. Even if he can't marry your daughter, with his friendship with your daughter, as long as he remembers to visit the Ye family in Drifting Cloud Town often, it will be enough to ensure the peace of your Ye family for the rest of your life. Another person said. Yes, head of the Ye family, your daughter has really met a benefactor this time. Everyone looked at Yi Ting with envy. When Yi Ting heard this, his mood improved a lot. Boom, 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 boom. The Grand Elder of the Shen family was still waving the giant hammer in his hand. As the hammer fell, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air and set off rolling heat waves. Now, the Grand Elder of the Shen family was like a madman in the eyes of the surrounding people. Brother Ling Tian, what did you do to the Grand Elder? Finally, the head of the Shen family, Shen Dong, gave up on the idea of waking the Grand Elder. Earlier, he had not only tried to wake the Grand Elder with words, but he had also tried to subdue the Grand Elder. However, every time he tried to get close to the Grand Elder would hit him with his hammer. He was so frightened that he did not dare to get close to the Grand Elder again. In the end, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only lower his head and compromise with Duan Lingtian. What? Jinarch Shen, are you going to represent the Shen family and admit defeat? If that's the case, do you still remember the agreement between us? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Chen Dong laughed bitterly, and then he nodded. Yes, we lost. From today onwards, the engagement between the Ye family and the Shen family is cancelled. Father. Shun An, who was standing in the middle of the Shen family in the distance, suddenly changed his expression. He took a step forward and roared furiously, I don't agree. Yi Xian is my fiancé. I don't agree to cancel the engagement. Hey! Duan Lingtian frowned and looked at Shun An. So this person was the playboy of the Shen family who was engaged to Yi Xian. No wonder he felt that this person was hating him. It turned out that he was the person involved. Duan Lingtian ignored Shun An's roar. Instead, he looked at Shen Dong calmly. He believed that Shen Dong would solve this matter. Shut up. Chen Dong glared angrily at Chen An as he scolded with a cold voice. Second brother, put away those tricks of yours. From now on, if you dare to say another word, get out of the Shen family immediately. After being scolded by Shandong, Shannon was dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to say anything else. What a joke. Get out of the Shan family? He wouldn't dare to do that even if he was beaten to death. After leaving the Shan family, he was nothing. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. Shannon stared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. He gritted his teeth and his heart was filled with hatred. It's all because of Duan Lingtian. It's all because he meddled in other people's business. At this moment, Shannon couldn't wait to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian could toy with the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Duan Lingtian, I will definitely not let you off. Definitely. Shannon's eyes were filled with a sinister glow as he roared furiously in his heart. Brother Lingtian, the marriage agreement between the Ye family and the Shan family no longer exists from today onwards. In addition, the Shan family will not cause trouble for the Ye family because of this matter. Shandong looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. After saying this, he looked at the old man who was still crazy and laughed bitterly. Now, can you let the Grand Supreme Elder return to normal? He's more normal than anyone else. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, he used his spiritual power and withdrew his soul skill 1,000 illusions. The illusory space that enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family also dissipated. Naturally, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family didn't go crazy. He was only attacking the imaginary him in the illusory space. After the illusory space disappeared, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family saw Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the huge hammer in his hand and wanted to attack again. Brother Lingtian, what are you doing? I've already done as you said. Why are you still not letting the Grand Supreme Elder go? A familiar and deep voice entered the ears of the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Family head, what did you say? You asked him to let me go. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family frowned and looked at Shandong. Then, he scolded angrily, Fool, didn't you see that he could only dodge my attacks? If you give me more time, I'll definitely smash him into a meat patty. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family scolded Shandong. For a moment, Shandong was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Grand Supreme Elder, are you awake? I've been awake all this time. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shan family frowned and said impatiently, Okay, go play somewhere else. After I smash this hateful guy into a meat patty, we'll talk about it again. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian again. Jinarch Shan, if this senior attacks again, I don't mind letting him go crazy again. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke directly to Shandong. Don't. Shandong panicked. He quickly stood in front of Duan Lingtian and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. He looked at the old man with a bitter smile. Grand Supreme Elder, you've already lost. There's no need to continue this battle. What do you mean I've already lost? Family head, how old are you? Have you become muddle-headed? The old man snorted with dissatisfaction. Supreme Elder, if you don't believe me, you can ask Second Elder, Third Elder, and the others. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian stood there, from the beginning until the end, you didn't touch him at all, and only attacked the air by yourself. Shandong was really afraid that the old man would attack Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian would definitely use his unpredictable methods to deal with the old man. Who knew if Duan Lingtian's technique would leave behind any side effects when it was used on a person? The Grand Supreme Elder was the backbone of the Shan family. He couldn't afford to lose him. What? Hearing Shandong's serious words, the old man was stunned. How is that possible? I was clearly chasing after that brat just now, but he was running fast, so I didn't hit him. When did I attack the air? Grand Supreme Elder, what the family head said is true. At this moment, Shan Lei looked at the old man and smiled wryly. Yes, Grand Supreme Elder, we saw it with our own eyes. The other members of the Shan family nodded, proving that what Shandong and Shan Lei said was true. For a moment, the old man couldn't help but fall silent. He also noticed the gazes that swept over him. He faintly realized that he might have really done those ridiculous things just now. Suddenly, the old man's mind flashed. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated gaze, "Did I fall into the illusion that you created just now?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it. "But I clearly didn't sense any aura of an inscription or an inscription formation." The old man frowned. Although he wasn't an inscription master, he was confident that he could easily sense the aura of an inscription or an inscription formation. "I didn't use an inscription or an inscription formation." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "This is a technique that I have mastered. As for what technique it is, it's inconvenient for me to tell you." Hearing this, the old man sighed and turned around to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the Shen family's mansion. "Brother Lingtian, how about coming to the Shen family's mansion for a chat?" Chapter 849. Okay. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shen Dong's forthrightness and magnanimity, so he immediately agreed. "Yeah, family head, please help me pass the message to Xiao Xian. Also, I may have to stay with the Ye family for a while." Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Ting and said with a smile, "This time, Ye family head, you won't ask me to leave the Ye family again, right?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the surrounding people were petrified. The head of the Ye family, Yi Ting, once asked Duan Lingtian to leave the Ye family. Is Yi Ting crazy? That's right. You can't find such a guest even if you break a lantern, but he actually asked him to leave the Ye family. Immediately, many people looked at Yi Ting with a strange expression. They would never have thought that the head of the Ye family, Yi Ting, would treat Duan Lingtian that way. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not care about the past. Otherwise, would the Ye family still exist? No. Of course not. Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head with a bitter smile. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he would not have dared to treat Duan Lingtian that way even if he was given 100 times more courage. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. If his daughter and Duan Lingtian did not have a close relationship, he was afraid that he would not have been able to escape this calamity. "Brother Lingtian, if you don't mind, you can stay with the Shen family for as long as you want. What do you think?" Hearing that Duan Lingtian was going to stay in Drift Cloud Town for a while, Shen Dong's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to invite him. Hearing Shen Dong's invitation, Yi Ting's face sank, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was not up to him to decide where Duan Lingtian would go. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to stay in the Shen family, there was nothing he could do. Now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would return to the Ye family for a period of time for his daughter's sake. In that case, the Ye family's status in Drifting Cloud Town would definitely rise. As the head of the family, he had many things to consider. "Thank you for your kindness, Jinart Shen. However, the daughter of the Ye family is my good friend. I have already promised her that as long as I don't leave Drift Cloud Town, I will stay with the Ye family." Duan Lingtian said to Shen Dong. "That's too bad." Shen Dong sighed and then called out, "Brother Lingtian, please." Seeing Duan Lingtian and Shen Dong swooping down and entering the Shen family's mansion, Shen En, who was walking among the Shen family's people, looked even more gloomy. Duan Lingtian, if you have the guts, then stay in Drift Cloud Town. When my eldest brother comes back, I will let his master teach you a lesson." Shen En's face was cold, his eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. "Ye family head, congratulations. From now on, your Ye family will be different from before." Many people congratulated. "Ye family head, I'm sorry about last time, but we really need that batch of goods urgently. How about this? We will rush out another batch of goods after a while and sell them to your Ye family at half price." Another person said to Yi Ting with a flattering smile. "Boss Hu, if we sell them at half price, won't your Chamber of Commerce suffer a great loss? The cost of that batch of goods is more than half price, right?" Yi Ting looked at the person who spoke in shock. Hee. "Ye family head, I won't beat around the bush. It doesn't matter if I give you that batch of goods. However, you have to introduce me to that little brother." The latter laughed mischievously. In the main hall of the Shun family's mansion, Duan Lingtian sat at the head of the table, and below him sat the Shun family head, Shun Dong, and the third elder, Shun Lei. Brother Lingtian, may I ask where you are from? Shun Dong asked curiously. Jinach Shun, didn't I tell you before that even if I told you where I came from, you wouldn't know? Duan Lingtian shook his head and then said, however, since you really want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm from the Dark Han dynasty. Dark Han dynasty? Shun Dong and Shun Lei looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they had never heard of such a place. Shun Dong smiled awkwardly and then asked, then Brother Lingtian, can you tell me what's your relationship with the Ye family? Shun Dong still felt slightly bad about Duan Lingtian helping the Ye family to cause trouble today. Where did this little monster come from? Why did he have to help the Ye family? I owe Miss Ye family a favor. Duan Lingtian's answer was very straightforward and then he added, this favor can't be repaid in my lifetime. Shun Dong originally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he owed Miss Ye family a favor. He felt that Duan Lingtian had already repaid Miss Ye family's favor by causing trouble earlier. However, Shun Dong couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence. That Ye family's miss is really lucky. She actually made Brother Lingtian owe her such a huge favor. I don't think she's lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled gently. She's very kind. If it wasn't for her, it's very likely that I'd be dead now. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shun Dong and Shun Lei to turn pale with fright. According to Duan Lingtian's words, the Ye family's miss had actually saved his life. No wonder he said he couldn't repay it in his lifetime. So it was a life-saving grace. Brother Lingtian, may I ask how the Ye family's miss saved you? Shun Lei asked curiously. Shun Dong looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He was obviously extremely curious as well. He knew of the Ye family's miss, and she was a little girl that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage. Logically speaking, it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Duan Lingtian, let alone save Duan Lingtian. Some time ago, when I was cultivating, my origin energy went astray and I suffered chi deviation. After that, I fainted outside Driftcloud Town, and it was she who brought me back to the Ye family. I slept for an entire 18 days before waking up today. If it wasn't for her, I might have already been eaten by those wild beasts, fierce beasts, and even demon beasts. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yi Xian, the smile on his face was warm. He'd completely taken that kind little girl to be his own younger sister now. Actually, after he woke up today, he still felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, he'd encountered such a kind little girl. If it was another person with bad intentions, then that person would probably kill him for the sake of the spatial ring in his hand. The spatial ring in his hand had established ownership with his blood, and unless he took the initiative to remove the ownership, or perhaps he himself had died. Otherwise, it was impossible for others to establish ownership of the spatial ring a second time. It was precisely because of this that he felt gratitude from the bottom of his heart towards that kind little girl, Yi Xian. Shun Dong and Shun Lei looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Never had they imagined that the ins and outs of the matter would actually be like this. They asked themselves, if they encountered the unconscious Duan Lingtian, and under the circumstances that they didn't know the Duan Lingtian, they would probably take off the Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and kill the Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a windfall that came for free. The young miss of the Ye family is really kind. That little bastard of mine is indeed not worthy of her. Shun Dong sighed. When he heard Shun Dong mention that good-for-nothing son of his, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face sank slightly. Jinach Shun, I admire your character, but in terms of teaching your son, I beg to differ. I heard that your son has practically committed all sorts of crimes in Driftcloud Town. Moreover, there were even many good girls that committed suicide or harmed themselves because of him. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body emitted a strong murderous aura. He knew that he wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to save the world or anything like that. However, the actions of that good-for-nothing son of the Shun family still crossed his bottom line. Brother Lingtian, you're right, I didn't teach my son well. Shandong laughed bitterly. He was naturally clear about the things that his son had done, and had also taught him many times. Because of this, who knew how many vines he had broken? However, his son didn't repent, and he gradually became too lazy to care about him. Otherwise, what else could he do? Kill his own son with his own hands? Jinach Shin, for your sake, I won't care about what happened in the past. But from now on, if I hear that your son has done anything that infuriates the heavens again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. The current him was no longer in the mood to continue staying in the Shin family. Jinach Shin, third elder Shin, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Shandong and Shinlei, and then left directly. When Shandong and Shinlei reacted, Duan Lingtian had already left the Shin family hall and disappeared in front of their eyes. Ha 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 ha, unexpectedly, after Duan Lingtian left, Shandong laughed. Family head, you, Shinlei was dumbfounded. He said that he was going to kill your son, and you're still laughing? From now on, I'll see if that little bastard still dares to mess around. Chen Dong muttered to himself, and then he directly left the Chen clan's main hall to look for his youngest son. All these years, his youngest son had been so bold because he was relying on the power of the Shin family. The Shin family was the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town, and no one dared to provoke the Shin family. Now, there was someone who was not afraid of the Shin family threatening his son. This gave him hope. This time, there was finally someone who could control his son. He broke into the courtyard where Shinan lived, and scolded Shinan, who had just returned and had not even warmed his seat. He also passed on Duan Lingtian's words to him. Without waiting for Shinan to come back to his senses, Shandong left in high spirits. Duan Lingtian. Shinan's expression was extremely ugly. He raised his hand and smashed the only stone table in the courtyard. He gritted his teeth and said, "Not only did you ruin the good thing between me and Yi Xian, you even dare to control me. I will definitely kill you. Definitely." Shinan's eyes were filled with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Ye family mansion. Young Master Duan, family head, and the elders have been waiting for a long time. Please come in." Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the gate when he was respectfully welcomed by a Ye family member. "Thank you, young Master Duan." As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of orderly and deafening voices, and when he raised his head to look over, he noticed that Yi Ting had actually led a group of people to bow and thank him in unison. Chapter 850. Patriarch of the Ye family, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the array of people in front of him. Most of the people around Yi Ting were elderly. In terms of age, they were old enough to be his grandfather. But now, these old men were bowing to him, which made him feel a little uneasy. "Brother Duan, thank you for what you have done for the Ye family. From today onwards, you are the most distinguished guest of the Ye family. If you need anything, the Ye family will do our best to help you." Yi Ting spoke with a serious expression. "Patriarch of the Ye family, you don't have to do this." Duan Lingtian shook his head and frowned. "Besides, I don't like this, ask them to disperse." "Xiao Xian, let's go back." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he called out to Yi Xian and left. At that moment, only Yi Ting and the rest were left with a bitter smile on their faces. The group of Ye family elders looked at Duan Lingtian's back as he left. Their faces were full of respect. They had heard about what had happened at the Shin family's mansion from the patriarch. It was the entire Ye family's blessing that this young man in purple was willing to stay with them, even though this was only temporary. "Elder brother Duan, I heard from my father, you are really amazing." On the way back, Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration and sighed. "If only I were as amazing as you, then I would be able to help my father protect the Ye family." "Silly girl, you are still so young." Duan Lingtian patted Yi Xian's head lovingly and smiled. "If you really want to cultivate, elder brother Duan will teach you a set of techniques." "Really?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. In her opinion, since elder brother Duan was so strong, The techniques that he brought out would definitely not be something that the Ye family's techniques could compare to. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded, as if he was coaxing a child. Of course, Yi Xian was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. In his eyes, she was no different from a child. In Duan Lingtian's memories, there was no lack of cultivation methods. He casually took out a set of cultivation techniques left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it was not something the Ye family's cultivation techniques could compare to. In addition, he could also teach Yi Xian some martial techniques that were suitable for her. He didn't lack pills or spirit tools, so he could easily refine them. To a certain extent, Yi Xian had saved his life and was his savior. Therefore, he would do his best to repay this great kindness. Of course, he also liked Yi Xian very much and completely treated Yi Xian as his own biological sister. If father and mother could give me a younger brother or sister, how good would that be? Duan Lingtian sighed. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He had no parents, not to mention brothers or sisters. He only had a group of comrades who had gone through fire and water with him, and in the end, all of them stayed on the battlefield forever. This was the most important reason why he chose to retire. In his previous life, he wished so much for a warm family, but that was destined to be a delusion. To be able to come to this world was undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. In this world, he had parents and people he cared about. If his parents could give him a younger brother and a younger sister, it would undoubtedly be even more perfect. Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed with the Ye family because he still didn't understand the situation outside Driftcloud Town. Who knew if he would encounter an expert he couldn't deal with once he went out and be directly killed? He wasn't alone now, so he didn't dare take the risk. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the eastern area of the northern desert from Yi Xian. Firstly, there were a total of 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert. Of course, in the entire foreign lands, these 3 great forces could only be considered as third-rate forces because they were similar to the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect in the southern of the northern desert. The 3 great forces were the Five-Element Sect, Crimson Moon Sect, and Flying Sand Sect. I heard that the eldest young master of the Shen family, Chen Wei, entered the Five-Element Sect a long time ago. Yi Xian said, in our Driftcloud Town, everyone would give a thumbs up when Chen Wei is mentioned. But so long as his younger brother, Shen is mentioned, then everyone would scoff at him. As she finished speaking, Yi Xian wrinkled her cute little nose. Shen was precisely that profligate disciple she was almost forced to marry. Chen Wei? Five-Element Sect. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He never imagined that the Shen family's patriarch, Shen Dong, would have such a promising son, and Chen Wei was a complete opposite of Shen. Since the Five-Element Sect was one of the 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert, then it was presumably extremely strict when it recruited disciples. It was impossible for someone without a certain amount of natural talent and comprehension ability to join the sect. Looks like the saying that the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different isn't false in the slightest. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right, elder brother Duan, when I went out yesterday, I heard of something. Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful face carried slight worry. What is it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he saw Yi Xian's expression. I heard that in a few days, the members of the Five-Element Sect will be stopping by our Driftcloud Town, and they seem to be recruiting Void Interpretation Stage martial artists below the age of 40. When she spoke up to hear, Yi Xian frowned. Besides Chen Wei who's already entered the Five-Element Sect, there's probably no other Void Interpretation Stage martial artist below the age of 40 in a small place like our Driftcloud Town. So, I guess that Chen Wei is amongst the members of the Five-Element Sect, and is probably using this opportunity to come back and visit his family. Elder brother Duan, why don't you go lie low for a few days, as I'm worried Chen Wei will look for trouble with you. As she finished speaking, Yi Xian had a worried expression. The Five-Element Sect. Recruiting Void Interpretation Stage martial artists below the age of 40. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yi Xian, and then a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, causing him to be slightly excited in his heart. Could it be that the five-element sect knows of the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he was. If it wasn't for this, would the five-element sect send people to recruit disciples? Moreover, there were specific requirements. Below the age of 40, void interpretation stage martial artist. This was no different than the requirements the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect had when they recruited disciples after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Looks like this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself in his heart. During these few days that he was with the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, he'd been thinking about how to leave so as to guarantee that he would be able to safely arrive at the Blade Sect and converge with Feng Qianwu and the others. He believed that his sudden disappearance would surely cause those friends of his to be extremely worried. Now, he finally had an opportunity. The Five-Element Sect was his opportunity. The Five-Element Sect is obviously making preparations for the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. So long as I temporarily join the Five-Element Sect, I'll surely head to the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. In that way, I'll be able to encounter the members of the Blade Sect, Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhong, and the others. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. I presume the Five-Element Sect probably won't refuse my entry. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident about this. Moreover, it was the time when the Five-Element Sect thirsted for geniuses, and it was utterly impossible for them to refuse his entry. Elder brother Duan, did you hear what I said? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly when she noticed Duan Lingtian was in a daze, and she stretched out her hand to shake Duan Lingtian's arm. Only then did Duan Lingtian wake up from his daze. Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and asked. Elder brother Duan, go lie low for the next few days. Chen Wei has a very good relationship with that good-for-nothing younger brother of his. If he really returns, he'll surely look for trouble with you. Yi Xian repeated once more, and her beautiful face was filled with anxiousness. Chen Wei? Is he very strong? Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Xiao Xian, don't forget. Even the supreme elder of the Shen family was defeated by me. Could it be that Chen Wei is even stronger than the supreme elder of the Shen family? Elder brother Duan, Chen Wei might not be a match for you. But since the Five-Element Sect has come to recruit disciples, there'll surely be some seniors of the sect that came with Chen Wei. I heard that the weakest elder of the Five-Element Sect is in existence at the Void Transformation stage or above. Yi Xian spoke with a worried expression. Even though they aren't members of the Shen family, Chen Wei is a member of the Five-Element Sect. If Chen Wei asks them to lend a hand, I presume they won't refuse. She was most worried about this. Even though Chen Wei's strength wasn't bad, it was inferior to the supreme elder of the Shen family, and he wasn't a match for her elder brother Duan. But what about the seniors of the sect that traveled with Chen Wei? Even though she was only the young miss of the tiny Ye family in Driftcloud Town, but to her, the reputation of the Five-Element Sect reverberated like thunder, and it was an existence that the Ye family had to look up to. Don't worry, elder brother Duan knows what to do. Duan Lingtian was naturally able to discern that Yi Xian's concern came from the bottom of her heart, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. Then he said with a smile, Xiao Xian, I truly never imagined that you're so young, yet your thoughts are so meticulous. Do you have any plans for the future? I intend to stay by my father's side for my entire life and help him take care of the Ye family. Yi Xian spoke seriously. Could it be that you haven't thought of anything else? For example, leaving Driftcloud Town and joining one of the three great powers to properly experience the outside world. Duan Lingtian asked. Elder brother Duan, do you think you can join the three great powers just because you want to? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. 2 years ago, the Crimson Moon Sect's people were widely recruiting disciples, and they passed by our Driftcloud Town and held an examination. But I was eliminated in the first round of the examination. Xiao Xian, believe in elder brother Duan. The current you is different from the previous you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. During these few days of staying in the Ye family, besides passing on some cultivation methods and martial skills to Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian had repeatedly used gentle origin energy and spiritual energy to merge into Yi Xian's body, and cleansed her meridians and marrow. That was an exclusive method recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and although it wasn't as effective as the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it wasn't bad either. Chapter 851. Elder Brother Duan, what do you mean by this? Yi Xian had a bewildered expression. You'll find out in a few days. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Even though it was the first time he'd used that method to cleanse the meridians of another, he could confirm that it was effective. Because it was an exclusive method that Samsara Emperor Wu obtained by chance during his second lifetime, and it was only effective on people below the age of 18 whose meridians hadn't completely formed. Moreover, it required the cooperation of origin energy and spiritual force at the void interpretation stage or above to be able to successfully execute it. If he didn't encounter Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian wouldn't know that the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu had this thing. Now, it had come into use on Yi Xian. Of course, the exact effects of the meridian's cleansing had to wait for a few more days before Yi Xian would be able to feel it. Elder Brother Duan, don't keep me in suspense, quickly tell me. Yi Xian swung Duan Lingtian's arm as she spoke in a spoiled manner. Presently, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian who took her as his own younger sister, even she took Duan Lingtian as her older brother, an older brother that she could completely trust. Little girl, you might not believe me even if I tell you now. You'll naturally notice in a few more days. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. All right, then I'll wait a few more days. Yi Xian let go of Duan Lingtian's arm and nodded obediently, and then she said, Elder Brother Duan, it's fine if you don't go hide in a few days. But if Chen Wei brings his seniors from the five-element sect over, you must hide and not come out. Little girl, you don't have to care so much about my matters. Quickly go cultivate. I'll be checking your progress in a few more days. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke, and as he finished speaking, he urged Yi Xian to enter her room to cultivate. Yes. Yi Xian stuck out her tongue playfully, then ran back to her room to cultivate, but forgot to close the door. This girl. Duan Lingtian revealed a tender expression as he helped Yi Xian close the door, and then he muttered to himself. Perhaps I can consider bringing Xiao Xian to the five-element sect as well. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it seemed as though bringing Yi Xian to the five-element sect was a very simple matter. Those who didn't know might think that the five-element sect was opened by his family. I ought to cultivate as well. I feel that I'm only a little bit away from breaking through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Once I break through, my strength will increase again. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian directly returned to his room and took out the wind concept fragment before holding it in his hand. He comprehended wind concept as he cultivated. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon transformation. Time silently flowed by, and 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Shun family estate. The Shun family was extraordinarily bustling today, and it was decorated with lanterns and decorations as if they were going to hold a happy occasion. Early in the morning, a long red carpet was laid out before the Shun family's entrance, and it was laid out all the way to the entrance of the Shun family's audience hall. On both sides of the red carpet, there was a servant girl standing at intervals. Not long after, the patriarch of the Shun family, Shun Dong, brought along his youngest son, Shun En, and the group of Shun family elders as they walked out of the entrance of the Shun family estate in a formidable array, and they stood at the entrance as if they were waiting for something. Father, it's Senior Ku and Big Brother. Suddenly, the gaze of Shun En lit up as he looked ahead with pleasant surprise. As he spoke, Shun En moved to greet the 2 people that were walking over from afar. It was a robust old man with a benevolent appearance and a young man around the age of 35. Senior Ku. Shun En took a few steps forward and stood respectfully on the other side of the old man, and he walked side by side with the old man. His tone was extremely humble, and he didn't have the slightest sharpness that he usually had. You're Shun En, Chen Wei's younger brother? The old man's muddy eyes lit up with a trace of brilliance as he asked amiably. Senior Ku, it's me. Shunan was obviously very happy that the old man was able to remember him. I remember that when I came to your Shun family all those years ago, you were only 7 or 8 years old, right? In the blink of an eye, that little kid from all those years ago has already grown up. The old man chuckled as he spoke. Chen Wei, I remember that when I first came to your Shun family, it was precisely when you took me as your master. It seems to be 18 years ago, right? The old man looked at the young man beside him, who was Shunan's older brother, Chen Wei, and asked. Chen Wei had a tall figure, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. After he heard the old man's words, he lightly smiled and nodded. Yes, master, it's been 18 years. At that time, I was 17 years old, and little An was 7 years old. Time really makes one grow old. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. But unfortunately, during these 18 years, our wood peak is still the same as before, and we're suppressed by the other 3 peaks to the point of being unable to catch our breath. The old man sighed. Now, I only hope to be able to see the wood peak rise once more while I'm still alive. In that way, I wouldn't have any regrets. It's I who's useless. Chen Wei spoke hastily. You can't be blamed for this. Early on 20 years ago, when the peak master was heavily injured and went into closed-door cultivation, our wood peak had already started to go downhill. I only hate the other 3 peaks for going too far. They seized the opportunity of the peak master's closed-door cultivation to coerce and lure away all the outstanding disciples of our wood peak, causing our wood peak to have no capable people in the younger generation. When he spoke up to hear, the old man's face flushed red, and he seemed to be slightly agitated. Master, calm down. I believe that our wood peak will surely be able to stand up once more. Master, I'll surely cultivate even more painstakingly in the future and not bring shame to the wood peak. Chen Wei spoke seriously. All right, it's rare for you to make a trip home, so let's not talk about these unhappy things. The old man looked at the group of people waiting before him and the red carpet on the ground, and he couldn't help but sigh. Didn't I ask you to ask your father not to be so extravagant? You ought to know that master doesn't mind this. So long as your family is safe and you're able to cultivate in the sect at ease, then master is satisfied. Master, it's rare for you to come here, so don't mind these details. Chen Wei lightly smiled as he said, moreover, my father did this because he respects you. Yeah, Senior Ku, you fostered my big brother into a genius, so our Shun family ought to welcome you with the highest etiquette. Shunan spoke out as well. Good. Good. The old man's face was covered in smiles as he arrived at the entrance of the Shun family estate under the escort of Chen Wei and Shun and Elder Ku. Elder Ku. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Shun family, led by the patriarch of the Shun family, Shun Dong, bowed to the old man in a humble manner. We're all family, there's no need to be courteous. The old man narrowed his eyes and grinned. Family. All the higher-ups of the Shun family instantly beamed with joy. Not everyone could be treated as family by an elder of the 5-element sect. Elder Ku, please come in, we've already prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Shun Dong personally and respectfully welcomed the old man into the Shun family estate. Eldest young master, we haven't seen each other for many years, and your cultivation has improved again, right? A group of Shun family elders warmly greeted Chen Wei. They felt respect from the bottom of their hearts towards the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Shun family and the eldest young master of the 5-element sect. Greetings, elders. Chen Wei lightly smiled as he replied. He didn't neglect these elders who had worked hard for the family for most of their lives just because he was a disciple of the 5-element sect. Eldest young master, please come in. The Shun family elders stood at the entrance of the Shun family estate and opened up a path for Chen Wei to enter first. Elders, all of you are my elders, so all of you should enter first. If all of you don't enter, then I won't enter this house today. Chen Wei seemed to be used to a scene like this, and he directly took out his trump card. Instantly, the group of Shun family elders smiled bitterly as they walked into the Shun family estate. However, their brows were filled with satisfaction towards the eldest young master of the Shun family. Chen Wei and Shun walked side by side behind the group of Shun family elders and walked into the Shun family estate. Brother. Suddenly, Shunan looked at Chen Wei, and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered with a fierce light. You must avenge me. If you don't avenge me, then I don't want to live anymore. Chen Wei frowned, and his expression sank. What's going on? Speak clearly. Brother, a few days ago, I saw a young man from outside forcefully seizing a woman on the streets. I couldn't stand by idly and wanted to save that woman. But who knew that his strength was formidable, and he blasted me flying with a single palm strike, causing me to fall unconscious. Shunan spoke with a long face. There's someone in Driftcloud Town that our Shun family can't deal with? Chen Wei's expression sank slightly as he asked. Brother, that person said he was a disciple of the five-element sect's Wood Peak, so father and the elders didn't dare touch him. After all, you're in the five-element sect's Wood Peak as well, so father and the elders were afraid it would be difficult for you, so they didn't do anything to him. When Shunan spoke up to hear, he said hatefully, not to mention that. But never had I imagined that he actually forcefully seized the fiancée that I had an engagement with. Brother, I hate him so much, I'm so ruthless. As he finished speaking, Shunan's eyes were filled with frightening cold lights that seemed ready to swallow someone up. He said he's a disciple of our five-element sect's Wood Peak? He said it himself. Chen Wei stopped moving and asked with a low voice. Yes. Shunan nodded, and then he said with a trembling voice, he said he's a high and mighty disciple of the five-element sect, and seizing my fiancée is thinking highly of me and is my fortune. Brother, he's too insulting. Did he say what his name was? Chen Wei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he asked with a cold voice. He said he's called Duan Lingtian. Shunan spoke hatefully. Duan Lingtian? Are you sure he's called by this name? Chen Wei frowned as he asked. Yes. Shunan nodded. I clearly remember every single word he said and every single insult he gave me. It's absolutely not wrong. Little Un, you and father might have been deceived by him. Our Wood Peak doesn't have a disciple called Duan Lingtian. Chen Wei's voice became even colder. What? Shunan's face went grim. Then wouldn't he be a fellow that's pretending to be a disciple of the five-element sect? Brother, you have to take revenge for me. Take revenge for me. Do you know where he is now? Chen Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he asked. Chapter 852. I know. Shunan nodded hatefully and said with a grim voice, he forcefully seized the fiancée that had an engagement with me and forced her family to come to my Shun family before breaking off the engagement. After that, he has always been staying at my fiancée's house. A trace of a cold light faintly flickered in the depths of Shunan's gaze. But unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't notice this. What? Chen Wei's expression became even gloomier when he heard Shunan. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for that fellow that pretended to be a disciple of the five-element sect's Wood Peak and acted tyrannically, he might even be able to attend his younger brother's wedding this time. But now, he hadn't even attended the wedding, and his younger brother's fiancée had even been seized away. Since he was young, he doted on his younger brother the most, and he gave all the good food and fun things to his younger brother first. Now, when he heard his younger brother had suffered such humiliation, how could he endure it? Big brother, my fiancée is the daughter of the Ye family, Yi Xian. That fellow is in the Ye family now. You must take revenge for me. Shunan had a sorrowful expression as he added fuel to the fire, and then he stretched out his hand to pull on Chen Wei's arm before walking out hastily. Little Un, Big brother knows that you're extremely furious, and Big brother is extremely furious as well. How about this? I'll go greet master and father, and then I'll go with you to the Ye family. No matter what, master came to our Shun family with great difficulty, and I can't leave him at the side as soon as I return. Chen Wei stopped moving and spoke to Shunan. But how could Shunan allow him to go see his father? Once he saw his father, then wouldn't all the lies he spoke of earlier be exposed? Big brother, I've already endured for a very long time, and I don't want to endure any longer. If you don't want to take revenge for me, then I'll go myself. A wisp of a sly bright light flashed within Shunan's eyes, and then he let go of Chen Wei's arm before transforming into a gust of wind that charged out of the Shun family. Little Un. Chen Wei's expression changed. Worried about his younger brother's safety, he hurriedly chased after him. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to catch up with Shun, and after leaving the Shun family, "I'll go with you. It just so happens that I want to see that person that dares to pretend to be a disciple of our five-element sects would peek and bully others." Because of Shunan's tearful narration just now, his heart was already burning with anger. He couldn't wait to immediately go to the Ye family and expose that person's true colors. It wasn't just that, he wanted to cripple that person's cultivation and bring him back to the five-element sect and their wood peak. As far as he was concerned, since that person had actually dared to impersonate a disciple of the Wood Peak and commit acts that infuriated the heavens, then the enforcement elder of the Wood Peak must personally deal with that person. Only in this way would he be able to completely clear the Wood Peak's name. "Brother, the entire Ye family has been suppressed by the Duan Lingtian using force. They only listen to his orders. So, when we go over later, the Ye family will definitely chase us away. They were forced to act in that way, so you must not blame them." Shunan spoke to Chen Wei with a heavy expression, yet there was slight complacency mixed within the depths of his gaze. "What?" Chen Wei was slightly shocked when he heard this. "The Ye family was suppressed by his force. Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian is only a young man? According to my knowledge, the Ye family's patriarch is in existence at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be that even the Ye family's patriarch is unable to deal with him?" Shunan's expression changed imperceptibly, yet he quickly recovered and sighed. "Brother, there's something you don't know. That Ye family's patriarch passed away 3 years ago. So that's how it is." Chen Wei nodded, and then he couldn't help but sigh. "I remember that when I returned 4 years ago, I'd once paid a visit to the Ye family's patriarch. At that time, I didn't notice anything wrong with him. Why did he pass away so quickly? It's truly a pity. I heard he encountered a formidable enemy outside and was heavily injured, leaving behind a hidden illness, and then he wasn't able to hold on and left." Shunan secretly wiped off his cold sweat as he continued. "Brother, when you returned 4 years ago, you'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage. What's your cultivation now?" Shunan seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. "I just broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage last month." Chen Wei said. "Yes." Shunan nodded, yet he thought in his heart. Brother is only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage now, and is surely not a match for Duan Lingtian. But I never thought that brother would be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian is an existence that can even defeat a supreme elder. Shunan's thoughts were extremely simple. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian injure his brother and infuriate his brother's master, the five-element sect's Wood Peak's elder Ku Zheng, a formidable existence at the void transformation stage. As far as he was concerned, with how Senior Ku doted on his brother, once his brother was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, Senior Ku would absolutely not let the matter go. Senior Ku will surely kill Duan Lingtian in his rage. In this way, the hatred in my heart would be resolved. Duan Lingtian, not to mention you broke the engagement between Yi Xian and I, you actually want to interfere in my business? I'll make you die a graveless death." At this moment, Shunan was extremely satisfied with his plan. As far as he was concerned, his plan was perfect and flawless. After a short moment, Shunan and Chen Wei arrived at the entrance of the Ye family's estate. The 2 Ye family disciples that were guarding the entrance went grim when they saw Shunan. "Brother, let's go in." Shunan completely disregarded the 2 Ye family disciples and directly charged in. "Second young master Shun." The 2 Ye family disciples stopped Shunan, and their expressions changed indeterminately. They were slightly curious. Hadn't the engagement between their Ye family's young miss and this Shun family's profligate disciple been broken off? Why has this profligate disciple come to our Ye family? Moreover, he's come in a menacing manner, and has obviously come with ill intentions. Could it be that he's not afraid of young Master Duan teaching him a lesson? Right when the 2 Ye family disciples had a myriad of thoughts, Shunan made a move. Bang! Bang! He pushed out 2 palms, 1 for each, and directly blasted the 2 Ye family disciples flying, causing them to collide with the door's pillar and lose consciousness. Little An. The scene before him suddenly occurred, and Chen Wei only recovered from his shock after Shannon succeeded, and he couldn't help but frown. What are you doing? Brother, don't worry. I only knocked them out. The Ye family is now being threatened by that Duan Lingtian. If I didn't knock them out, they definitely wouldn't dare to let us in. Shannon explained. Chen Wei nodded. Although he felt that something was amiss, he didn't think too much about it. Of course, this was also because he had never doubted his younger brother, and even more so, never thought that his younger brother would lie to him. The two brothers, Chen Wei and Shannon, barged into the Ye family and arrived outside the Ye family's main hall. A few Ye family disciples who went forward to inquire were all injured by Shannon, and this immediately aroused the anger of more powerful Ye family disciples. A group of Ye family disciples attacked one after another. At this moment, Shannon couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! Chen Wei took a step forward, and the robe on his body fluttered without the wind as a boundless enormous force gushed out from his body and directly blasted the group of Ye family disciples flying. The group of Ye family disciples fell to the ground and all emitted muffled groans, yet didn't emit a single shrill cry. Perhaps as far as they were concerned, emitting shrill cries before that good-for-nothing disciple of the Shan family was the greatest humiliation, and they were unable to accept such humiliation. Quickly go look for the patriarch. I'll go look for the grand elder. I'll go look for the second elder. Instantly, besides a portion of the Ye family disciples that were glaring fiercely at Chen Wei and Shannon, some Ye family disciples left swiftly to notify the patriarch and elders. In a short moment, the Ye family's patriarch, Yi Ting, and a group of Ye family elders gathered together and arrived in a grandiose manner. Patriarch, Grand Elder, Second Elder. The Ye family disciples that surrounded Chen Wei and Shen and opened up a path and respectfully welcomed Yi Ting and the others in. The expression of Yi Ting, who heard Shannon had come to cause trouble, was extremely gloomy, but when he walked into the crowd and saw Chen Wei, who was by Shannon's side, his expression eased up slightly. I was wondering why second young master Shen would dare trespass into our Ye family estate, so it turns out that eldest young master Shen has returned. Yi Ting's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Shen and before descending onto Chen Wei, and his gaze seemed to contain slight fear mixed within. He wasn't afraid of the eldest young master of the Shen family, Chen Wei. But he had no choice but to fear the five-element sect behind Chen Wei. Moreover, he'd heard that not only had Chen Wei entered the five-element sect, he'd even taken an elder of the five-element sect as his master, and this caused him to have no choice but to be afraid. After all, even the weakest elder in the five-element sect was an existence at the void transformation stage or above. An existence like this was sufficient to annihilate their Ye family by relying on the strength of a single person. Ye family's patriarch. Chen Wei nodded to Yi Ting. He'd come with his younger brother today not to denounce the Ye family, but to look for the person that dared impersonate a disciple of the five-element sects would pique and bully others. So, Chen Wei was extremely courteous when facing Yi Ting. Eldest young master Shen, may I know why you and your younger brother have come here? Yi Ting asked indifferently. Our Ye family seems to have no relationship with your Shen family now, right? Ye family's patriarch, I'm happy for my younger brother, Shannon, that your daughter is engaged to my Shen family. But no matter what the reason is, you seem to have gone slightly too far by coming to my Shen family to break off the engagement, right? Chen Wei said. Break off the engagement. Yi Ting came to a sudden understanding when he heard Chen Wei. So eldest young master Shen came for this matter. But, could it be that your father didn't tell you that this matter has already come to an end? When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting looked at Shannon, and he kept having the feeling that something was slightly off about the matter today. In Driftcloud Town, Chen Wei's reputation had always been very good, and he was absolutely not an unreasonable person that relied on his position to bully others. But today, he'd come with Shannon to denounce them, and it was truly slightly strange. Chen Wei hadn't spoken when Shannon had already said furiously, Yi Ting, you brought that Duan Lingtian to my Shen family to break off the engagement, causing my Shen family to lose face and even forcefully separating me and Xiao Xian. Could it be that you don't feel the slightest bit guilty? As he finished speaking, Shannon had an agitated expression, and tears flowed down his face. Yi Ting was dumbstruck. The group of Ye family elders were dumbstruck. All the Ye family disciples were dumbstruck. Chapter 853. Chen Wei's calm expression instantly sank when he saw his younger brother being so sad, and he said to Yi Ting with a low voice, "Ye family patriarch, out of consideration that you were once considered to be my younger brother's future father-in-law, I won't make things difficult for you, but you must hand over that Duan Lingtian. Today, not only will I, Chen Wei, seek justice for my younger brother and Shen family, I'll even seek justice for my five-element sect's would peak." Chen Wei's words were spoken in a clear voice that was like a thunderclap. As he finished speaking, ghastly rage suffused his face. He was rarely enraged, yet when he saw his younger brother in such pain today and thought about how someone dared pretend to be a disciple of the five-element sect's would peak, he was completely enraged. Seek justice for the five-element sect? Yi Ting's pupils constricted when he heard Chen Wei, whereas the other Ye family elders and Ye family disciples had astounded expressions. How is Duan Lingtian related to the five-element sect? Moreover, he seems to have done something that infuriates the five-element sect. Eldest young Master Chen, are you mistaken? How could Brother Duan be related to your five-element sect? Yi Ting frowned as he asked. He kept having the feeling that something was off, yet he didn't know how to describe this feeling for a short while. Ye family patriarch, looks like you've really been scared out of your wits by him. Right at this moment, Shunan shouted out with a grim voice. Could it be that he didn't tell you that he's a disciple of the five-element sect's would peak? Today, my older brother will represent the five-element sect's would peak to teach him a lesson. A disciple of the five-element sect's would peak? Yi Ting was stunned. He really didn't know that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the five-element sect, and he instantly looked at a nearby Ye family disciple and said, "You, go invite young Master Duan over." "Yes." The Ye family disciple replied respectfully and left. When Chen Wei saw Yi Ting asking someone to call Duan Lingtian over, he didn't say anything further and closed his eyes to rest and wait silently. Shun An, who was standing beside Chen Wei, had a complacent expression. "Duan Lingtian, let's see how unlucky you are." The corners of Shun An's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he hardened his heart. In the quiet courtyard of the Ye family, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in front of a stone table, drinking tea. In his other hand, he was constantly holding a cyan fragment. "I've finally comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept." Duan Lingtian glanced at the wind concept fragment in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. At the same time, he raised his teacup and took a sip, causing the fragrance of tea to blossom in his mouth. "Elder brother Duan." Suddenly, the sound of the door opening sounded out, and a beautiful figure walked out from the room on the right of the courtyard. It was precisely Yi Xian who'd been in closed-door cultivation for a few days. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was covered in joy as she said excitedly, "Big brother Yi, the medicinal pills you gave me are too miraculous. It's only been a few days, yet it allowed my cultivation to once again recover to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage." Yi Xian had crippled her origin energy a few days ago and started cultivating the cultivation method Duan Lingtian passed down to her. During this period of time, she'd consumed the medicinal pills Duan Lingtian gave her. Those medicinal pills were precisely the medicinal pills that were capable of absorbing and storing Yi Xian's dispersed origin energy. After Yi Xian cultivated a new cultivation method, the medicinal pills would return the origin energy absorbed and stored to Yi Xian. In a few days, Yi Xian had seized back all the origin energy within the medicinal pills, and it was even to the extent that she was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. "Xiao Xian, even though those medicinal pills are miraculous, they're insufficient to allow you to recover your cultivation in such a short period of time. Could it be that you didn't notice during these past few days that the speed at which you absorbed the origin energy within those medicinal pills has become faster?" Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he asked with a smile. "It has become faster. But isn't that because the origin energy within the medicinal pills was originally my origin energy?" Yi Xian asked curiously. She didn't know much about those medicinal pills, and she only knew that they were capable of absorbing the origin energy she'd dispersed. After that, she could take back the origin energy through cultivation. You little girl, now that you've finished absorbing the elemental energy from the pills, why don't you try absorbing the elemental energy stored in the elemental stones? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that after this little girl came out of closed-door cultivation, she would be excited by the natural talent she possessed now, but who knew that she seemed to have not noticed anything. Yi Xian nodded, then she sat before the stone table before withdrawing a low-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate on the spot. After over 10 breaths of time, Yi Xian opened her eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Duan. Elder brother Duan. Why do I feel that the speed at which I absorb the spirit energy within the origin stones is over 10 times faster than before? Even though it isn't as fast as the speed of absorbing the origin energy that belonged to me within those medicinal pills, it isn't much slower. Yi Xian was slightly absent-minded as she asked. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You wouldn't have forgotten what I said to you a few days ago, right? Do you really think that the cleansing of your meridians and marrow for you was just a mere empty talk? According to his observation, although Yi Xian's current natural talent was not as good as his when he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and raised his natural talent to the limit, it was not much worse. Meridians and marrow cleansing. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to her a few days ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had said that her natural talent was different from before, but she did not believe it. Now, the truth was right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. Elder brother Duan, you really raised my natural talent. Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. You little girl, even at this point in time, you still doubt your elder brother Duan? Do I look so much like a liar? Elder brother Duan, that's not what I meant. Yi Xian's beautiful face instantly flushed red when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, and she hurriedly explained. I'm just too shocked. Although I know that there are some treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent that can raise a martial artist's natural talent, I've never heard of anyone being able to raise another's natural talent. Now you know how amazing elder brother Duan is, right? Duan Lingtian smiled. Yes, elder brother Duan is the most amazing. Yi Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then her face flushed red as she stared straight at Duan Lingtian. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian felt uncomfortable from being stared at like this by Yi Xian, and he could not help but ask. Kiss. Just when Duan Lingtian raised his hand and was about to touch his face, Yi Xian leaned forward and sneakily kissed Duan Lingtian's face. While Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already run back to her room with a red face and closed the door with a bang. Her voice sounded from afar. Elder brother Duan, thank you. I'll cultivate properly. After she finished speaking, there was no further movement. Obviously, she knew that she possessed extraordinary natural talent and was impatient to cultivate. This girl. Duan Lingtian, who was sneakily attacked by Yi Xian, shook his head and smiled. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring Xiao Xian to see father and mother. Let father and mother take her as their goddaughter, and she'll really be my younger sister. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly moved, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Young Master Duan. Right at this moment, a respectful and hurried voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian frowned. He heard the urgency in the voice of the person outside, so he didn't dare dally and directly walked out of the courtyard. Only now did he notice a Ye family disciple standing there with an anxious expression. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He didn't know why this Ye family disciple was so anxious, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Young Master Duan, quickly go over and take a look. The eldest young master and second young master of the Shun family are here. They seem to be here because of the patriarch and you going to the Shun family to break off the engagement. The Ye family disciple hurriedly said. The Shun family's eldest young master? Chen Wei? Duan Lingtian recalled the Shun family's eldest young master that Yi Xian had mentioned to him before, Chen Wei, who had entered the Five Element sect, and he couldn't help but ask. Yes. The Ye family disciple nodded. Where are they? Lead the way, Duan Lingtian said. His expression remained calm from the beginning until the end, as if he wasn't worried in the slightest that Chen Wei could do anything to him. The Ye family disciple led the way in front, and Duan Lingtian followed behind. Didn't they say that the Shun family's eldest young master is a reasonable person? Duan Lingtian frowned. He still remembered Yi Xian's evaluation of the Shun family's eldest young master, Chen Wei. According to Yi Xian, Chen Wei was an upright person, and he was completely different from his younger brother, Shan'an. But, if Chen Wei was really a reasonable person, then logically speaking, it would be impossible for him to come to the Ye family with Shan'an to look for trouble with him. No matter what, I'll go over and take a look first. I was just thinking of how I should come into contact with the people from the Five-Element sect, but I never expected that Chen Wei would take the initiative to deliver himself to me. Duan Lingtian followed behind the Ye family disciple as he shuttled through the Ye family estate, and it wasn't long before he arrived outside the Ye family's audience hall. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was a group of people surrounding the area before him. Young Master Duan has arrived. The Ye family disciple that led the way in front of Duan Lingtian shouted out loudly. Instantly, the Ye family disciples that formed a circle respectfully opened up a path. Young Master Duan! Young Master Duan! One by one, the Ye family disciples respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian, who slowly walked over. During this period of time, the deeds of this violet-clothed young man before them had practically spread throughout the entire Driftcloud town. With his own strength, he'd successively defeated the Shun family's patriarch and the supreme elder of the Shun family, and he'd assisted the Ye family to reject the absurd marriage agreement that was set between the Ye family and the Shun family. Because of this matter, as disciples of the Ye family, they'd been able to see the reverent gazes of others when they went out these past few days, and it caused their vanity to obtain sufficient satisfaction. They knew that all of this was brought to them by the violet-clothed young man before them, and if it wasn't for the violet-clothed young man, no one would respect them like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded as he faced the group of passionate Ye family disciples. Instantly, brilliant smiles appeared on the faces of the Ye family disciples as they exclaimed, "Young Master Duan isn't only strong, but is also so modest and amiable. It's truly rare." Seeing that Duan Lingtian was so respected by the Ye family disciples, Shan'an's expression completely darkened, and he looked at Yi Ting, who was nearby, and sneered, "Ye family patriarch, I think it's about time for you to give your position as patriarch to this Duan Lingtian. In the future, the Ye family will change its name to the Duan family, and the entire Ye family will change its surname to Duan." Chapter 854. Asking the Ye family to change their surname was undoubtedly an undisguised insult to the Ye family. For a time, it wasn't only Yi Ting, all the Ye family elders and Ye family disciples stared furiously at Shan'an, but because they were afraid of Shan'an, they didn't dare make the slightest move. "Little Un, don't go too far. Don't forget, the reason we came to the Ye family today isn't to denounce the Ye family." Finally, Chen Wei, who'd been silently standing at the side in meditation with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man at the first possible moment. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Chen Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. "Exactly." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, and at the same time, he started to size up the young man before him, Chen Wei. Chen Wei was around the age of 35, and there was a sense of righteousness between his brows. With a single glance, one would know that he was a comparatively upright person, and this was a completely different extreme from his younger brother. "Do you know the consequences of pretending to be a Five-Element sect disciple and bullying others?" Chen Wei's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. "Pretending to be a Five-Element sect disciple?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Chen Wei. Below their patriarch, Yi Ting, the group of Ye family members couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Chen Wei. Duan Lingtian pretending to be a Five-Element sect disciple? As far as they were concerned, with the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained at such an age, there was utterly no need for him to pretend to be a Five-Element sect disciple. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he would be entirely capable of easily joining the 5-element sec. Defeating a 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist at the mere age of 25 with an unfathomable ability. Such an outstanding young man needed to pretend to be a 5-element sect disciple? Eldest young Master Chen, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Yi Ting asked. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and raised his eyebrows. He inadvertently looked at Shunan, who was beside Shunan, only to discover that there was a bit of panic between Shunan's brows. For a moment, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shunan had already roared and looked at Duan Lingtian furiously. You scum! Not only did you impersonate a disciple of the 5-element sects would peak to bully others, you even forcefully seized my fiancé and forced the Ye family to break off the engagement with my Shen family. I won't let you off, I'll fight you to the death. As he finished roaring furiously, Shunan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he wanted to risk his life against Duan Lingtian. The Ye family members were stunned when they saw Shunan pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, as they never imagined that this profligate young master of the Shen family would dare make a move against Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, he ought to know Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. He naturally guessed Shunan's thoughts, yet he didn't expose it and instead sneered as he shouted. Clown! As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slapped his palm towards Shunan. Duan Lingtian didn't use too much strength in this palm strike. Don't you dare injure my younger brother. When he saw Duan Lingtian's palm was about to descend onto Shunan, Shen Wei shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward and similarly slapped out with his palm to intercept Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Whoosh! Vast origin energy transformed into vast and roiling flames at the center of Chen Wei's palm that flashed through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions as it collided with Duan Lingtian's palm strike. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly as 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first before another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. A total of 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 3rd level Intermediate Fire Concept. This was the strength of the eldest young master of the Shen family, the disciple of the 5-element sects would peak, Chen Wei. Interesting. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as the origin energy in his hand suddenly exploded out before transforming into waves of piercingly cold strong winds that formed a ceaselessly revolving vortex at the center of his palm. Bang! Finally, Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei's palms collided and emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, blazing flames gushed out from Chen Wei's palm and spilled towards Duan Lingtian, and it seemed as if it wanted to burn Duan Lingtian's entire body into ash. The strong winds that roared and revolved without end instead revolved out from Duan Lingtian's hand to collide with the blazing flames before completely suppressing them. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking resounded out, and it was accompanied by a heavy muffled groan that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, everyone saw that after Duan Lingtian's palm suppressed Chen Wei and broke one of Chen Wei's arms, the palm strike that swept out like a gale dragon descended onto Chen Wei's body. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out as Chen Wei's entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and he flew out for over 10 meters before colliding with the wall of the Ye family's audience hall before falling down and fainting. At practically the exact same moment. Swish! Swish! With the space behind and before Duan Lingtian as the center, 2 waves of air that were compressed exploded out and spilled out towards the surroundings, and it blew to the point the clothes of the Ye family members fluttered. Some Ye family disciples with low cultivations were even struck by the waves of air to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually dispersed, causing the sky to once again return to calm. It's the first time I've made a move since breaking through. Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fists as a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. 5th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 3rd level Intermediate Wind Concept. This was Duan Lingtian's current strength. During this period of time in the Ye family, not only had he completed a breakthrough in his cultivation, Even his wind concept had broken through once more, and he obtained the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons in one go. But why didn't my spiritual energy increase this time? Since he'd broken through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled about this, and he didn't know what exactly had happened. According to common sense, his spiritual energy was improved through the spirit fruit and soul pearl that could improve the level of his spiritual energy, and it was 2 levels higher than his cultivation. All this time, his spiritual power level had always been 2 levels higher than his cultivation level. But after he broke through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage this time, Duan Lingtian noticed to his shock that his spiritual energy still remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and it didn't advance to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Logically speaking, this was something that was impossible. There's only one possibility. It's the side effect left behind from the Devil Seal tablet's unexpected change. Now, Duan Lingtian could only explain it like this. At that time, when he was surrounded by the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort and his hand touched the Devil Seal tablet, the energy that gushed out from the Devil Seal tablet didn't just surge into his arm, it even surged into his soul. After that, he lost consciousness. In his daze, a scene that was like a dream appeared, whereas, he'd already confirmed that it wasn't a dream, and it really existed. The energy of the Devil Seal tablet temporarily took control of his body and slaughtered all the living beings in the surrounding. That time, even Feng Wu Dao was almost killed by him who was controlled by the Devil Seal tablet. Fortunately, he was barely able to maintain a trace of consciousness, and this allowed Feng Wu Dao to escape calamity. If it's really as I think, then the side effect of the Devil Seal tablet from before is too great, right? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Since the beginning, relying on his spiritual force that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation to execute the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, could be said to be the strongest ability he possessed. It was even to the extent that by relying on the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he'd repeatedly defeated many opponents that were difficult to defeat with his own strength. Now, after his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force didn't advance along with it, and it remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage instead. This caused him to be more or less slightly annoyed and disappointed. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. No matter what exactly happened, since it had already happened, then it was bound to be difficult to change. I hope that my spiritual force will advance once more when I break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Otherwise, it's practically impossible for me to surmount a level to fight an opponent. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. What he was most worried about now was that the level of his spiritual force would be equal to his cultivation once more. If that sort of situation really occurred, then his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, would be completely useless. Stop right there. After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shout out with a grim voice when he saw Shunan carrying the unconscious Chen Wei on his back with the intention of secretly leaving. Instantly, the body of Shunan who'd just soared into the sky trembled, and he revealed a fierce gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you dare heavily injure my brother, you're dead. Senior Ku will absolutely not let you off. Senior Ku. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and then he flashed out to arrive nearby Shunan before asking indifferently. Who's this Senior Ku you spoke of? A member of the 5-element sect? Exactly. Shunan revealed a vicious gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Senior Ku isn't just a member of the 5-element sect, he's also my brother's master, and he's even an elder of the 5-element sects would peak. An elder of the 5-element sect? Duan Lingtian didn't have any reaction when Shunan said this. The expression of the Ye family's patriarch, Yi Ting, had already gone grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Duan, you should quickly leave the Ye family and go into hiding. An elder of the 5-element sect is at least an existence at the void transformation stage. It's far from something you can go against now. An elder of the 5-element sect? Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely not heard what Yi Ting said, and his brows raised as he looked at Shunan and asked indifferently. Where's that elder of the five-element sect now? He's naturally in our Shun family. Shunan grunted coldly, and then he ridiculed. You wouldn't be thinking of coming to our Shun family to seek forgiveness from Senior Ku, right? If you do, then I'll tell you right now. It's useless. My brother is the disciple that Senior Ku dotes on the most, and he takes Senior Ku to be his own. You crippled one of my brother's arms and even heavily injured him. Senior Ku will surely not let you off. As he finished speaking, the smile on Shunan's face grew even wider. Who else from the five-element sect is with your brother? Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he asked indifferently. Even if it's only Senior Ku, it's still sufficient to annihilate you 10 times over. Duan Lingtian, wash your neck and wait. Of course, you can flee as well. Ha 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 ha. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.